Saints and angels bow before your throne, and all the elders cast their crowns before the Lamb of God and say, you're worthy of it all. You're worthy of it all. For from you are all things, and to you are all things. You deserve the glory. For you, the true. They comes before the Lamb of God. Would you lift his name and sing with us? Book of Revelation says that as we speak, there are elders and creatures surrounding the throne of God saying, holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty. And so, until we see his face or until the day of his return, day and night, you and I will never stop singing, holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty. So lift your voice and sing. This is your worship. Day and night, night and day, incense so bright. Day and night, night and day, incense so bright. Day and night.
Father, good day, stay fast. My eyes go steady, day without my me. You know, get to see my one people to making me forget the savior. Because now only him know how he take me and how he did to me. It feels good, feels good to know. More than I want to. There is nothing I go through. Where the change is the way that you love me. And that is not different to go. You feel my every flow. You know the emptiness that only you can feel. What me into your deeper place? Sit at your table, live with you, and make you just show me where. The life not the love that you want me, all that I want you. There is nothing I know. Where you can change is the way that you love me.
Okay, awesome. Let's get started. Good afternoon, everyone. Use slideshow. To look at use slideshow, so we don't have to see the entire script. I know people will start joining, so let's ensure that we send messages to our communities to remind them that it is time. It's a little bit earlier today, but we're very sure that people is going to join soon. Try also to make sure that the entrance today is going to be smooth. So I'll just go straight into today's opening mandate because we have a lot to do. And I'm just want to ensure we have everything. All right. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, so I want to ensure that everything is fine and ready from our hand, but which it is. So I'll just go straight into today's opening mandate and hand over to the moderator because we have a lot to do. So I want to say welcome and good afternoon to everyone. This is another day, the day 2 of Kingdom Builders in the Marketplace 2026 conference. And I really want to take this moment before we go anywhere, to acknowledge everyone in the room. For those who were here yesterday, didn't just attend a session, it was fire. You made a decision to sit in the process. Okay. Tolu, please help me send the link to Mrs. Runty. She says she hasn't received it. So please let's do that quickly. So those who were here yesterday, you made a decision to sit in a process of formation, a process of transformation, and that really matters. Because at the end of the day, it's not everyone that stays, long enough to be healed. So for those who are joining us today, joining us today for the first time, you are not behind, but you're stepping into something that is already in motion. So I need everyone to be present enough to catch up in your spirit and not just in information. So now, wherever you're joining us from, I will need you to come fully into the room, not halfway, not distracted, not observing, but fully. So if you can hear me clearly and you're ready for what today requires, I want us to type in the chat clarity, because today is all about clarity. Let's chat in the chat clarity, and I will be taking note of it and reading it out. So if you are here today, you're excited, you're looking forward for today's session, let's put clarity in the chats. Waiting for the chat to come up. Yeah, I see clarity coming up from Iyako. Give us clarity, give us clarity. She's gonna do this quickly. Only one person so far. Does that mean that we only have one person fully present in the room? Because right now, at least I see 10 people, and I know that we're still going to have more persons. So yesterday, we had over 100 join us. So I'm waiting for the clarity. Clarity and clarity and clarity and clarity. I want that to come up, clarity in the chat, so that I can know that we're fully present. Okay, I see it's beginning to come up, clarity in the chat. Okay, awesome. I think that's good. So because I want you to stay with me as we walk through this journey. Yesterday we dealt with something foundational. We dealt with who you are becoming. We talked about posture. We talked about alignment. We talked about the kind of leader that carry influence without losing themselves. Because the truth is, there are people who have access to platforms but have not built or have not been built for what those platforms actually require. And eventually, what is built or what is not built internally gets exposed externally. But today is different. Today is not about who you're becoming. Today is about what your leadership is actually producing. And this is where things become uncomfortable, because you can be sincere and still be ineffective. You can be called and still be disorganized. You can have vision and still not have results. Sometimes in January, I had a session on vision to result, and we're able to see that majority, around 80%, of course, 100% had vision, but 20%, that's even me being exaggerating, it was just a little above 10%, actually put in place systems, structures, processes to bring that vision to life. So let me tell you something that may not even sound soft today, but it's true. Conviction without structure will collapse under pressure. Not might, but will collapse under pressure, because pressure does not destroy things. Pressure reveals what was never built properly. And many people, they have conviction. You love God, you have vision, you care deeply about impact, you want to build something that actually matters. But when pressure comes, things start to break. Decision becomes slow, execution becomes inconsistent, people become confused, and of course, at the end of it all, results become unstable. And it's not because you're not called. It's just because you are not yet structured. So many leaders, or most leaders, do not fail because they lack ideas. They fail because they lack execution architecture. And they've not come to learn how to translate vision into systems, values into processes, leadership into something that actually works without them being present. Yesterday, we really talked about how you can build, your businesses, put in structures so that your business can actually outlive you. That system. So what happens? They become, when you're able to put in place the systems, they become the system. Everything depends on them. Every decision, every approval, every correction, every escalation. And at first, it looks like strength. But over time, it becomes a liability because anything that actually depends on you is already at risk. So let me bring it closer, to today's conversation. If you can step away, or if you step away from what you're building for 30 days, ask yourself what happens. Does it continue or does it slow down? If you step away for 60 days, do decisions still get made or do things begin to stall? If you step away for 90 days, does it still function or does everything start to fall apart? Your answer to that question is a true measure of leadership. Not your title, not your intention, not your efforts, but your structure. So today we're not here for inspiration, we're here for clarification. And I need to redefine that for you because many people think clarity means I understand what to do. That's not clarity, or that's not what clarity is all about. Clarity is not more notes, it's not more ideas, it's not more plans. Clarity is structure applied consistently. So we will see clarity when things are defined, we'll see clarity when things are repeatable, we'll see clarity when things are not dependent on mood, energy, or even presence. That is clarity. And most importantly, because what we are doing today is not just staying here. Tomorrow, we even have something more amazing. We step into a different environment. We step into, we step into day 3, physical in the room, face to face. And that environment would not respond to your intention. It will respond to your structure. Today, we have leaders with us, joining us from far and near, talking more about how you can put in place clarity in your business, clarity in your career, clarity in your purpose, clarity with structure, so that whatever you put in place as the system to achieve it. But that's not it all. Day 3 is where leadership really becomes visible. Now, not in what you say, but in how you think, how you engage, how you carry responsibility, how you respond under pressure. It is where conversation becomes sharper, expectations become higher, and alignment becomes visible. So if you're planning to be in that room tomorrow, then today is not optional. Today is your preparation because you cannot step into influence tomorrow with confusion today. So let me bring this into our focus because by the end of today, you should be able to answer 4 things with precision. What exactly are you responsible for building? Not generally, not broadly, not emotionally, but clearly. 2, where is your execution currently breaking? Not where you think the problem is, but where it actually is. Number 3, what must you fix in the next 90 days? Not everything, but we'll focus on just one thing that will shift everything else. And that's what structure will ensure it actually happens. Because without structure, nothing sustains. Lastly, I'm just going to push this one more time, because if what you're building still depends on your constant presence, you're not leading a system, you're holding one together. And anything else together by effort will eventually break under pressure. So again, today we make a shift from intention to structure, from vision to execution, from leadership to architecture. No ambiguity, no surface level thinking, no hiding behind ideas. I want us to stay present. I want us to stay honest, stay precise, because by the end of today, you should not just have ideas, you should have structure. So on that note, I say, welcome again to day 3, and let us begin. And over that, I hand over to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to day 2. Tomorrow is day 3. Hello, everyone. Yes, my name is Ioken Oluwaleye, and I'm honored to be the moderator for today. Thank you so much to Florence, and thank you to Yomi Olusegun for convening this Kingdom Builders in the Marketplace program. It's been such an amazing one. Thank you to all who joined us yesterday and today, and we look forward to more tomorrow. So good afternoon, good morning, wherever, whatever part of the world you're coming from, and welcome to Day 2 of Kingdom Builders in the Marketplace 2026. So like our convener had mentioned yesterday, we focused on formation, and today we are moving to clarity. Please confirm that you can actually hear me.
Yes, I
Yes,
can hear you.
you.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much. All right. All right. So today we're going to be answering focusing on three main points. So number one being the core question, not just what do you believe, but how does it work? How does your vision become systems, decisions, priorities, and measurable outcomes? And also just focusing on what is the core warning for us. Conviction without structure will always collapse under pressure, just like Flores has rightly said. And today is about building that structure deliberately, intelligently, and responsibly. And thirdly, we're going to be focusing on the core charge. We're moving right now from inspiration to execution architecture. And so the goal for us today is that we remain present and we're not just listening, but we're thinking, we're reflecting upon our lives individually, and we're auditing, we're making plans to adjust. And the goal is that by the end of today, that we should not just feel clearer, but we should be able to feel more structured in our personal lives, in our businesses, and even in ministry. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and get started. We have amazing speakers today. I'm really excited to just get to hear everything that they have to say. So we're gonna be starting with Ola Ibrahim. Just make sure that we're ready for him. His profile. So Ola Ibrahim will be moving us from conviction to structured influence and leadership. He's a leadership and transformation facilitator. He bridges mindsets, structure, and performance, helping individuals and organizations to move from internal alignment to practical execution. He is a principal consultant at Stanley's Advisory, where he partners with organizations to drive sustainable growth and reduce their carbon footprints through clear strategy, smart systems, and results-driven execution. He's also the co-founder of Next Gen AI Automation Academy, where he equips individuals and businesses with practical AI and automation skills that improve operations, unlock efficiency, and accelerate revenue growth. In addition, Ola Ibrahim also serves as an external contributor at Bavard Group, LLC, driving transformation architecture for organizations across the world. With over 10 years of experience as a career coach, Olalekan has guided more than 2,000 professionals, including CEOs and executives, toward greater clarity, growth, and strategic career advancement. He's also a passionate advocate for kingdom wealth, committed to helping people build impact, influence, and prosperity and purpose. So please join me in welcoming Ola Ibrahim. Please join me. You can put in the chat box. You can say welcome. You can say we're excited to hear from you. And the floor is yours, sir. Thank you so much.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon and good evening from all around the world. I'm so excited to be here, and I want to thank the convener for the privilege to come here and share my thoughts, share my view on, how to move from conviction to structured influence. And so to kickstart this, I want to establish based on the foundation we have established yesterday, where we were taught on how to be, um, you know, kingdom ambassadors while we are here in the world. And making recourse to that, we are here for a purpose. There is a reason why we are here in the world, and we are not just created randomly or just an accident in the world. So there's actually a reason why you are a member of your family. There's a reason why you are a Nigerian, an Australian, an African. And there's actually a reason why you are where you are now in the particular job role, your position, why you own that company. And once that is established in your mind, you are able to now ask the right questions that what is my assignment, right? So, and over the years, you've had convictions, you've had several values and beliefs that have been built into you, and what drives your passion, what drives what you do, and how you do them. And what we specifically want to focus on today when we talk about structure is not structure in terms of systems, but structures in terms of purpose driven. And once that is also established, you are able to now know what are the next steps you take to establish a structured influence, right? So, and we are going to be focusing more on the kingdom aspect where we talk about um, how are we as Christians, because this is also a faith-based program. So I'm going to be picking up examples from the scriptures, which is the Bible. So faith-based influence in the marketplace, how you are to establish structured influence in the marketplace as a Christian. So quickly, I'll be sharing my slide. I'll be presenting my slide, just a moment. So can you let me know if you see my slide?
Yes, we can see.
All right. Thank you. So we discussed about how your life is not an accident and why your placement carry purpose. So you are not just here in the world, and you are to ask yourself a profound question that what if where I am right now is more than just a job, a title, or a season. So God is a divine architecture. He has programmed us to be at a particular place for a particular purpose. And once that is established within our minds, we're able to translate that into bringing that purpose to fruition, bringing God's purpose for our lives to fruition, bringing it to reality, and helping people, helping the organization we work with, helping the society we work in to establish God's kingdom. Because it's all about establishing the kingdom of God. If God has created you for a purpose, which means we are a product and we have a creator. So we are to establish what the purpose for which our creator has formed us. We are to establish it in whatever spheres we find ourselves. So you are not just positioned to contribute, you are positioned to shape and to serve. So you are not just here to occupy space, you are here to influence, you are here to establish God's kingdom here on earth. So the from the scriptures, we could see from Hebrews chapter 11, verse 33, it says, follow men who through faith have subdued kingdoms, right? So, which means, and in the marketplace, there's a statement that says, is either you are in the secret place or you are in the secret court. So, is either you belong to God or you belong to the Babylon. We have Onifeoluwa shared with us yesterday when she was talking about how you do things God's way and how you do things the world's way. So we are here as we are spiritual beings, we are Christians, but we live in a secular world. So there is a reason for us why we are here to establish God's kingdom. What are God's principles? What are God's standards? What are God's modus operandi in your sphere? What does it mean for you to live as a doctor? What services are you to offer as a professional? How do you establish God's purpose and plan for your life within your sphere of influence? So this conviction helps you establish how you are to bring that influence, how to shape your influence, how to structure your influence within your uh, your sphere, within your industry. So influence is the ability to shape outcomes and the ability to impact decisions, to affect behavior, to shape systems, policies, to shift what happens because you showed up. And I would like to bring this to our mind that its influence is just beyond a position, it's a personality. And for you to have influence, you have to go beyond, okay, man, is I have to be in a particular position for me to be able to influence people. But then your lifestyle as a person, your values as a person, what are the things that drives you as a person and as a Christian more especially, and how you are going to, it determines how you're going to drive influence, how you're going to shape people's behavior. How do people see things? When someone brings up a proposal to you and say, okay, let's increase the figures for a particular contract, what belief system do you have within you? So it determines how you shape, how you position yourself to um, drive such influence, how you position yourself to convince that person to either go for the Babylonian way. When I say the Babylonian, I mean the worldly way, or do it the right way, which is the way of God. And so your influence as a person is beyond position, is determined by your beliefs, your passion, and the kind of thought that comes to your mind, the kind of values that drives you. And if you have the right value, you can have the right structure for your influence, right? And bringing us back to what I just mentioned earlier, speaking on how you can go beyond a position to influence, we can see instances where um, just a driver can influence a boss decision to make certain actions in the workplace. So if you are a caterer, you can influence, it doesn't matter your position in the office. So I just want us to, take off that mindset of influence belongs to those in the place of power, belongs to those people who have the numbers, those people who have the platform. It's beyond that. It's by the values you carry, the core values of Christianity, the tenets of Christianity that you carry into your world. And your world is wherever you find yourself, whether you're in the vehicle, in the marketplace, whether you are at home. So, how do you drive such influences? So, influence must be stewarded. And where this is where I'm going to come in with speaking for people that are in the place of power, people that are in the place of decision making. And wherever position you find yourself, we established earlier on that influence doesn't have to be um, you are in a particular place for a particular purpose, and you are divinely orchestrated by God. And if you find yourself in a managerial position, a CEO position, an industry expert position, God placed you there for a purpose. So influence is not only a privilege, it is a responsibility, right? So you don't just have the privilege to say, man, I have like 5,000 staffs under me. How are you influencing those staffs, right? I have 3 organizations I'm running. I have, 10,000 followers. So what influence do you have? And when we're talking about influence here, we're talking about the influence that has to do with kingdom, establishing God's kingdom here on earth. And God's kingdom has various aspects to it, and it has to do with, okay, what manners do you shape in people? What thought system do you give people? What was the spirit of excellence you are trying to put in people? How do you manage resources when it's been given to you? How do you manage reporting? How do you manage so many things about your life? And this understanding structures how you behave, structures the kind of mindset you have. And then you can't give what you don't have, right? So until you have that mindset that you are a steward, I'm entrusted with influence, I'm entrusted with power, I'm entrusted with money. So how do you use such to drive influence for the kingdom of God? Right? So you have a voice, you have access, you have gifts, right? So yesterday, Barrister Abayomi spoke about how you can give more than just your money. You have your time, you have your talent. So if you sing so well and you have a proper following, how do you drive influence? How do you drive the purpose and agenda of the kingdom of God? Through your platform, through your voice, through your skills. So how do you drive influence? What do you use your money for? What do you use your resources for? So asking yourself those kind of questions help you have a mindset of a steward. So God entrusted you, and a steward is someone who represents someone in a particular place. So you are given this thing to take charge and use it for the purpose of the one who entrusted you with it. So it's beyond you just having a good voice. It was not accidental. You didn't just build it. Even if you went for trainings, and training sessions and all, it was a gift from God. It was an ability given to you by God. So how do you leverage these substances? How do you leverage your talent, your time, your money, your resources to drive kingdom impact? How do you use it to influence the mindset of people? So he said a person does not simply hold influence. They're accountable for how they use it. And we have an instance from the Bible. It says Joseph rose into power, but he did not just use his access to for ego. He used it to preserve lives in crisis, right? So Joseph would have said, man, I'm now, I have access. I'm now in the political space. Man, this is my opportunity to have all that I've ever wanted and just enjoy. But he understood that he is a steward. He is on a divine assignment, even if he's handling a social responsibility. Joseph understood that he's to establish God's kingdom, God's standard. And from the scriptures, we could see how Joseph's effort was able to help people within the society, help people within the Christian faith. It was not called Christian faith then though, but how he was able to drive purpose and God's agenda for the kingdom. So conviction alone is not enough. So you can have beliefs, you can have, you have passion, you have a drive for excellence. But then if those things are residue inside of you, you don't drive influence, you don't have impact, right? So you need to do more than just, man, I feel the government should do better. I feel this conference should have been better. What should you do about it? So these are the things you should ask yourself. Okay, what convictions have I carried that I still have not organized into actions? So if you believe that we should have a structured system, what actions should you take? You are convinced that, man, we should have good governance. What actions are you taking, right? You are convinced that, man, HR operations have to adopt, workflow automations. You have this conviction inside of you. So what actions have you taken to push this forward? So having those thoughts is not just good enough. Having those beliefs, having those values is not just good enough. Yes, you are the light of the world. Yes, you are the salt of the earth. How are you acting in that direction? How are you making your convictions known? How are you bringing it to life, right? You don't just have it docile inside of you to just feel good that, man, I'm the light of the world. It's not just to make you feel good. I'm the salt of the earth, right? So if a salt is inside a container, it's as well as it's being useless, except it's being used, right? So if you have your convictions within you and you are not taking actions towards putting those convictions to work, putting those convictions and bringing them to reality, you are as well not, you just have it, it's just a feeling, it's just a value known to you. But we are more than that. You are created for just more than having good convictions, more than just having, good thoughts and good values. You are to exemplify those values. You are to put those values into systems. We complain about people pushing forth bad policies, complain about people pushing, ungodly things in the world. You could see so many things around the world happening. But then what steps are we taking to be among those people that will be decision makers? So if you believe and okay, this is how God wants things to be done, and this is how things ought to be done, the God kind of way, how are you positioning yourself to become such a person that will push policies to drive God's agenda here on earth? So structured influence requires deliberate growth. So good intentions are not enough. So just the way I mentioned earlier, you can't just have good intentions. They are not enough, right? So you need to take actions. And I want to share about discipline and other requirements, other prerequisites that will help you have a structured influence. So discipline is key. And you don't just come up with good intention and without a strong willpower, right? Without a strong willpower to drive, a strong willpower to stay through, right? Because we are in a world that is full of evil. Let me use that word. It's full of evil. And until we get to realize that it takes the staying power, the discipline, irrespective of the circumstances, irrespective of the policies and the people at play, it takes discipline to push through. It takes discipline to say, man, I really want to do this. This is a value I really want to push, right? So if you're in a world where things are not working, you are in an office where you have managers, you have superiors that are corrupt, that want to push you to do things, you should have the discipline to stick to your conviction. So it requires discipline to stick to conviction. It requires discipline to take your decisions into actions, take your convictions and push them forth into actions. And then the next one is competence. So beyond you having, man, I'm the light of the world, and then someone tells you, man, light of the world, let's do this project, and I want to add some figures to it. So what character have you built over the years? What behavior have you built over the years that would help you overcome, such temptation, that will help you stay true to your convictions? Because at every point in time, when you have strong convictions and you want to change the status quo, you want to shift the culture. Yeah, let me use that word. You want to shift the culture. You need a strong behavior, you need strong willpower. So building trust competencies, and beyond that, you have to be consistent. You have to be consistent. You will knock on the door, you try to push for what is good, and people want to shut you up, right? Because we live in a world where, there's now a reversed moral standard where people now take good and appreciate it as evil. And even when you're trying to do the good stuff, they see you as the odd one. So, and they want to talk you down, right? They want to push you away and say, man, don't bring this. You are too righteous. You are too, you always talk about being right and all that. You have to be consistent. You have to stand your ground. Why? Because the Bible says you will face many tribulations, you will face many challenges, but it said, be of good cheer, for I have overcome the world. So with this conviction that you have to help you push through to drive influence in the marketplace, to drive influence in your home, to drive influence in your environment and the society at large. And it also takes credibility. So over the years, what are the things you do? How do you do the things you do? Are you someone who is dependable? Are you someone who does not compromise? Right? Because people always try to look for loopholes. And you can take instance from politicians when they want to do elections and all. And that is when you know that there are people trying to look at your social media to find out, okay, what has been your lifestyle all through this? What are the things you've been doing from time past, even until now? So you need to have strong credibility, and you should consistently build credibility. So a lifestyle of credibility helps you build structure. These are part of the things that helps you build structured influence, right? So if you want to be entrusted with a very good project, the last time we were at a conference and someone was talking about in her office where she doesn't compromise, and she's this church kind of girl. So she doesn't compromise. So when there was a project where someone who is trustworthy should take the project, she was recommended because she has never compromised years upon years after working in that company. So you need to build strong credibility. How do you approach life? How do you approach your work? How do you deal with people, right? So, and it also takes hard work. And this is one aspect I want to talk about. And I think a speaker yesterday spoke about, being hardworking. And we can't downplay the importance of working hard as a Christian. We can't delegate what hard work should take over for prayer, right? So we need to work hard. If you're in your industry, strive to be the best. Study more, no more than just the surface, no more than just what you are given, no more than just what you know you are being taught within the company. You should expand your horizon. You should try to look beyond. You should study. You should do it well and with diligence. So the burden may come first. So you might have this urge in your mind to do something, and have this urge in your mind that, man, this thing is not right. So what can I do better? How can I do it better? How can I influence within my sphere? You say, but the capacity must be built. So Daniel did not influence a complex system by passion alone. He brought excellence, wisdom, stability, and value. So you don't just have the passion. So what else do you just need to bring forth structured influence into your space? You need the discipline, you need the wisdom, you need the spirit of excellence. And this is also something I want us to take home, because the world loves excellence. So the Babylons are striving for people who are very good at what they do, right? So when you find out the people that join the Freemasons, the Illuminati, you find out they are not just mediocres in their industry. They are not just people that do things just anyhow. They're giving their best to get to the level they are. So if the world loves excellence, why then, as Christians, as Christ, as God's people, why can't we also showcase excellence on another level? So you need to have an excellent spirit. So what does it take you to handle a project and do it well? Don't just bring forth anything just like that and say, amen, I've done my work. Oh, if they will pay me irrespective of if I did it well and I didn't do it well. How do you do business? How do you relate with customers? What are your deliverables like? How do you send your deliverables to clients? You need to have the spirit of excellence within you. You need to have excellence. Excellence helps you create this structure of influence. So, and one amazing thing about excellence is people are watching out for you, right? And people are always looking out for the excellent people within an organization, within an industry to dedicate a particular project to. So the spirit of excellence has to be operational in our lives. And there's a question that says, am I developing the skill, the character, and credibility my burden requires? So if you feel we should have better governance in your workspace, how are you planning to climb up the ladder within your company so you can push for this policy? How are you trying to work on yourself, gain certification, gain expertise that would help you climb up the ladder so fast that you become a decision maker and push for a particular policy within your organization? How are you trying to create relationships with decision makers within a particular industry, so you can counsel them? Because that's what Daniel did. You can counsel them, you can give them wisdom, you can give them advice that they can adopt and push for influence within the particular industry, within your company, within your business, right? So the purpose in positions. So earlier on, we spoke about how it's important for you to realize that wherever you find yourself today, there is a reason why you are there. There's a reason why you are living in that particular estate. There's a reason why you are in Nigeria, why you are in Australia, in Canada. There's a reason why you're in the United States. There's a reason why you were born into that particular family. So what is the purpose in those positions? What's the purpose in those space you find yourself? So people are often placed in strategic spaces, to provide resources, to preserve values, to mobilize people, to shape culture, influence decisions, create solutions that serve others. So ask yourself, why am I here? And what can I do? So the moment you find yourself, and this is one way I get to know why I'm in a particular position and why I'm in a particular space. So whenever I get to a place and I see something that, my spirit just begins to, repel it or somehow not being comfortable with it, I get to realize that there is a change I need to bring into that space, right? So I'm not just there accidentally. If I find someone who is behaving in a particular manner, I know that I didn't just meet that person by accident. So, and this is why I also say you don't have to be in a particular position to do this, a particular, you should have a particular title or have people under you before you influence. The people you meet every day, the places you go to every day, you can influence them. Influence can be as little as, man, you're looking good today, right? You have positive influence on that person. God bless you. Little gestures like that are influence that you should have. And until you understand that there is a purpose why you are here and there's a purpose why you have this title, you will not be able to provide resources. You won't be able to preserve values. So what are the values that you believe in as a Christian that you are supposed to bring into the workplace? You're supposed to bring into your organization for CEOs. If you have these values grounded in you, it's easy for you to instill it on other people, easy for you to drive it into other people and your operations at large. So conviction to structure, influence starts now. So you don't wait to have okay, there's this thing about people that say, man, when I get a better camera, I'm going to start my content. If I have a better iPhone, man, I really want to talk about healthcare. I really want to talk about fitness, wellness and fitness. But they say, okay, man, when I have a better camera, I'm going to start. When I have a better house, if I have a white background, I'm going to start, and the moment you get that, you have a better camera, white background, you still don't start, right? So the best time to start is to start now. The best time to start making influence is to start now, whichever capacity you find yourself. So if you're working as a secretary, you're working as a receptionist, how do you engage with people, right? If you're working in government parastatals, how do you manage people that come ask you questions? How do you manage people that come engage with you? So these are things you put in place, and you have to clarify what burden or assignment matters most, right? So what matters most to you, and most especially what matters most to God, right? So beyond you saying, man, I'm the vice president of operations. So why are you there? What matters most, right? So what is God achieving in your achievements? So you have to ask yourself that question. So what is the kingdom of God benefiting from my achievement, right? So if you're working in an organization and you have influence to push that, okay, let's say you're working in an advertising organization, an agency, and you are maybe the vice president of operations, and there's a church program coming up. How can you influence that your organization push to advertise for the church program for free or at a very discounted rate? So, like the story of Esther, she was told that you are in this place for a time such as this. So you didn't just have access to the king so that you can feel good and say, I know people. No, you have access to the king for such a time as this. So you have to, you know, check out the things that matters most to God and how you can establish the kingdom of God, how you can promote the kingdom of God and the values of the kingdom of God within your sphere. I know my time is almost up, but I'll round up shortly. And it says, build the competence to carry it well. We've discussed that. Engage intentionally where you are already placed. So do it with intention, right? Do it with intention. Just go to work. Go to work with an agenda. Go to work to showcase excellence. Go to work because when you do it God kind of way, in due time, people will want to do it that way, right? So it might take time for you to showcase, for you for people to adopt what, the values you are bringing, the kingdom-based value you are bringing. But then, if you push harder and with discipline and with the right competence, it's going to pull through. Trust me, because God also sponsors those who are engaged in fulfilling his purpose and plan for humanity. So, and I don't just want us to see this in the spiritual aspect alone. And because we are in a secular world, God also wants to influence people in the secular way. So he wants to influence people on how they do business. He wants to influence people on how they engage. He wants to influence people on what it takes to build the right product and build it for humanity, not just, just the spiritual aspect. So, but all I'm saying is it has to be in line with the plan and the purpose of God for your life. So treat access, your voice, and opportunity as stewardship. So whatever you have today, it's not by your doing in a way, but it's because God has granted you the ability, granted you the access, right, and giving you the opportunity. So, and that is why you should ask yourself that, man, people that are not in this position, you find yourself that there are positions where there are more qualified people to be there, but you were there. You're the one in that position. So why am I in this position? So God entrusted you with such position to become a steward. So you don't just take it at surface level. You don't just use your position and say, man, I'm now, the vice president of this position, and man, I'm just going to enjoy my life and all that. It's beyond that. What is God's agenda for you, and how you're going to use your voice, use the opportunity, use your platforms. So for those of us that have thousands of followers, how bold are you to share about Christ? How bold are you to share about God, right? Because we have people of the world, they are not ashamed to talk about, especially on social media now, you see people use their platforms to push all ideologies, but uh, we as Christians, we are just being too conservative. You are like, man, let me not say this thing about what it means for somebody to become a professional hairdresser, the God kind of way, what it means for somebody to become, a salonist, the best kind of way, the God kind of way. And we are just too reserved to share such things. So if you have platforms like that, you start sharing, start pushing forward for establishing God's kingdom within your sphere using your voice. And lastly, let your influence serve as a purpose bigger than self. So your influence should serve as a purpose bigger than yourself. You should not just use your influence for yourself, your family. You should use it for the world. You should use it to serve people, use it to serve God's agenda, God's kind of way. So you were not placed where you are merely to succeed there. You were placed there to bring value, to shape outcomes, and leave things better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ola. That was amazing. You shared so much. That was, please, let's give him a round of applause. Send your emojis. Go in the chats as well and just say thanks to him. Thank you. That was a great start to day 2. We learned so much about influence from Ola right now, about influences wherever you find yourself. That really stood out to me. So wherever you are, even if you feel like you're not a leader or CEO, wherever you find yourself, in church, in at work, in your families, you do have influence there. And I love the part that it was mentioned that influence must be stewarded, right? For just wherever you find yourself, and making sure that you're able to give more, not just your money, like he mentioned. It could be your time, it could be your skills. So whatever it is you're doing, being able to just drive God's purpose through your platform. I also liked the part about it's not about having all the big things initially, but just going precept by precept, following God's plan for your life. So I liked how you brought it in with the spiritual aspects, as much as we also have to play our own parts with having that spirit of excellence. So Thank you so very much. More chats, more emojis, please. Just to thank Ola. So we'll be going on to our second speaker for today, and that is Toby Ojefor. All right. That'll be Toby Ojefor, and she is a strategy and brand leader with cross-border execution expertise, and she specializes in scalable, responsible systems, balancing brand, compliance, and global reach. All right, and she's the founder and focus execution strategist, kingdom minded builder. Toby, she actually goes by Toby Unboxed. She's a focus and execution strategist, like I mentioned. She's an entrepreneur, she's a leader coach, and she's committed to helping high capacity individuals move from scattered potential to disciplined strategic impact. And she does have a background in project and operations leadership and brand strategy. Toby operates at the intersection of faith, identity, and execution, equipping founders, professionals, and emerging leaders to build with clarity, structure, and kingdom conviction in the marketplace. She's the creator of transformational frameworks such as the Focus Mastery Framework and the Unstock program, designed to help multi-potentialities and visionary leaders align their calling with sustained execution. Her work is driven by a bold mandate. She is waging a war against distraction, confronting the silent force that dilutes calling, delays destiny, and keeps gifted leaders busy but ineffective. Toby teaches that clarity is spiritual, but execution is stewardship. She believes identity must be anchored internally, where faith and self-leadership converge before external success can be built responsibly. So please join me in welcoming Toby. Let's just welcome her on here. We're really excited to get to learn so much more from her right now.
Thank you so much.
Balancing brand, compliance, and skill. Thank you so much, Ma.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here. And I just want to thank the organizers and the CEO, Florence, for having me here. Every time I get an opportunity to, just challenge people to think deeper, I'm always excited. Should I share my screen or because I sent the slides a bit late? Which one works better?
Okay, admin, are you able to help share a screen, please?
I could share my screen, that's fine.
Okay, you can share it. Okay.
Yeah.
Toby, please feel free to share it. Yeah, please.
Awesome. So while I was thinking about this session, one of the things that dropped in my spirit was grow local and go global. And I'm gonna say something very contradictory to my topic. We're all not going to go global. And we have to be okay with that. And what that basically means is that not everyone will have the global stage to present to, but every one of us has influence according to the capacity that God has given every one of us. All right. So today we're talking about building responsibly in global markets. All right. So let's go. So there's a thought and a quote which I'll share in the next slide that really gets me thinking. Everything you use today, the clothes you wear, the electricity, the internet, your phone, was built by someone else. And it gets me thinking, what will exist because you lived on this earth? All right. And what is that quote? It's a quote by Benjamin Franklin, that basically says, as we benefit from the inventions of others, right? As we benefit from the invention of others, we should be glad to share our own safely. we should be glad to share our own safely and gladly. So basically, everything that we're using, for example, the laptop, the phone, the chair we sit on, the electricity, the internet, everything was an idea and an invention that somebody decided to take a chance on, and we're benefiting from it. And when I saw this quote, it got me thinking that what will the world benefit from when I leave? So we inherit. We're expected to build on what others have done and to also leave something for the next generation. So who am I? I think you've read so much about that. So I'm just going to skip these slides so that we can get right into business. So what's the core of what I want to teach today? I know that we're very, very in this internet age and social media age, we're looking to go global quickly, scale fast, expand everywhere. We want to make sure that the entire world is seeing what we're doing. You know, that people are beginning to know, who you are. But again, the intention is not for us to just blow up, go viral, as they say. We must understand that global influence has foundations, and global influence starts with local faithfulness. So the first thing we must highlight is that faithfulness is a key value, a key character that we must develop if we're going to steward global markets responsibly. So global influence begins with local faithfulness. That's why I said grow local, go global. And I must say to you, it's actually easier to grow in Nigeria. For those of us that have lived abroad, that live abroad, we understand how difficult it is to enter the markets over there. Even though there's infrastructure, there's systems, there's the barrier to enter the market back home in Nigeria, for example, is way lower than trying to enter the market, let's say, for example, in Dubai. The barrier, to enter the market, let's say starting a company, it's a lot easier to enter in Nigeria than in Dubai. Okay. So when I got thinking about this topic, I was reading the story that we find in Matthew 5, when Jesus calls us the salt of the earth. Jesus said something very interesting. You are the salt of the earth. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. And I thought about it, that this is a framework, this is a framework, because we're so used to, and like my brother has been, the brother that spoke before me has been talking a lot. In fact, I was like, you know what, this guy has peeped into my notes. Our identity, we're so familiar with calling ourselves light. We so want to shine to the world, shine to everyone around us. But we don't consider what it means to be salt. And we don't consider what it requires for us to be a city. It's not just metaphors. But let's think about it, right? You are the salt of the earth. You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. This talks about global progression. If you think about it, talks about global progression, right? So for a long time, we look at this and, we just claim it as identity. But what we don't see is that it speaks to depth, it speaks to influence, it speaks to visibility, and it speaks to scaling and collaboration. And this is how influence actually grows. So let's look at it one by one. You are the salt. Salt grounds people. Think about salt. Every one of us has seen salt. And if you cook, you know that you cannot put a lot of salt, too much salt in the soup that you're cooking. When you apply salt to whatever you apply to, whether it's your soup or it's your water, you notice that it dissolves and takes the form of whatever atmosphere you put it in, whatever content you put it in. And that goes to show that salt is not necessarily visible. On its own, it is visible. But when it attaches itself to food, water, another environment, it is not visible, but something distinct happens. It influences that environment. It either preserves it or it enhances the taste. And this is what God is calling us to, because it's a hidden work. But because we're so eager to be seen and be shown, we don't realize that sometimes we have to be salt planted in environments to influence that environment without necessarily being seen. But the influence that we carry is perceived, is tasted, is experienced by the environments that we find ourselves with. So salt is small, it's quiet, doesn't make noise, it doesn't announce itself. But if it's missing, you will tell. When a soup doesn't have salt, we can tell. Salt represents the stage where you are building quietly. There's no applause, there's no recognition necessarily, no visibility. I'm not sure any of us tastes the food that we eat and we're saying, oh, what fantastic salt this is. You know, when you taste the soup and you're like, oh, this salt is for that. No, there's no visibility for salt when you're tasting it. It's when you don't have it that you realize that it is missing. But when it is there, you don't pay any attention to it, but it just does its work subtly, quietly. This is where you find yourself learning, refining, mastering skills. You are getting better and better at it, right? It might most likely not be happening in your own business. Again, it can happen when you're building something, but it can also happen when you're part of, another organization, another work, someone else's work. And this is where most people get impatient. We want visibility without structure, because at this point, you don't necessarily have structure. All you know is that a little here, a little there. Wherever there's demand, they taste it. If they need more salt, you are used, right? This is where you grow. This is where you have foundations. This is where you go deep. But you see, here's what I've learned. If you don't build systems at this stage, growth will expose you later. If you don't start to learn the quantity of salt that is required for a specific measure of soup, of water, of wherever it is that you're applying the salt, what will happen is that it will be salty and everyone spits out something that is salty. Nobody swallows it, right? So this is where you start to gauge your measure, gauge capacity, know what you are good at and the quantity that you need to apply, whether your voice is too loud, whether you are too emotional, whether you are too logical, whether you speak too much. You start to check yourself in character and in skill. What areas am I passionate about? What areas do people commend me about? What should I stop doing? What should I start doing more of? It's in this stage that you start to do. You refine your processes, you improve on what is already there, you start to take ownership, track your outcomes, and you build integrity. So the question here I must ask you is, am I building something that can carry growth? It's not, how do I grow? We all know how to grow. How to grow is to get better at what you're doing, get excellent at what I'm doing. But am I building something that can carry growth? Am I developing? Who am I becoming in this stage? So we build systems that don't collapse here, right? And then the next stage is light. Everyone loves this part. You are seen, visibility is there. You are the light of the world and visible. At this stage, your work begins to speak for you. People begin to notice, you notice your results, speak about your work, you become a leader. Opportunities are coming, they're inviting you to speak, doors are opening, things are moving, and it feels like progress. You are getting excited, but this also can be a very dangerous stage, because you see, light can bring illumination and light can blind. right? Because you can grow faster than the structure. Yes, a lot of people want to blow, and like Minister Josie will say, don't blow, grow, right? A lot of people just want to be known. And the reality is when light shines on a person that has not worked on themselves, it can cripple you because you will most likely begin to expose areas that you have not developed in, areas of weakness. You can grow faster than your structure. And when that happens, things start breaking quietly. You become the system and everything depends on you. People trust you, people are following you, people listen to you. You become a standard, right? You become a standard for people to look up to. And that can be a lot of pressure for some people. So what is important here, before you scale, before you, blow, so to say, we must stabilize, For those that have experienced light and NEPA in Nigeria, you know that if the light is not stabilized, it will blow things up. If light is not stabilized, it will definitely blow things up. And you don't want to experience that, right? You don't want to mess things up just because you came out before time. Okay. And then there's the city. There's the city. When you think about a city is not made up of one person. It's an institution. It's a system. This is where you now have global reach. We could call it that, global reach. This is not just about you and the solutions that you bring. This is also about the people that you are building, right? A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. A city is different. It's a system. It runs even when people change, when people come and go. The city is bigger than one person. It's bigger than you. This is where influence becomes global and generational. But this is also where many leaders struggle because sometimes they spend time building structural systems, but not building people. They don't build leaders. They build teams. So when you find out that someone leaves the team, the entire business can crumble. So everything in some cases still depends on the CEO. If the CEO is missing, there's a problem. So let me say it simply. If everything depends on you, right, that business is very limited. Very, very limited. Real leadership is not proven by how many people follow you, but how many people can lead without you being present. I say that again. Real leadership is not proven by how many people follow you, because we like that on social media, but it is proven by how many people can lead without you. How many leaders have you made out of your system, out of your city, right? Here we build decision makers, people that are confident. They begin to create ownership. They buy into the vision of that city. They contribute into it. Now, speaking about all these stages, the salt stage, the light stage, and the city stage, you'll find out in different areas of your life, whether it's your personal brand or your business, you find out that you might be in different stages. On your personal brand, you might be at the light stage. On your business, you might still be at salt stage. So it's important to know where you are at, because where you are, knowing the phase you are in will determine the work that you put in. I say that again. Knowing the phase that you are in will determine the work that you put in. So you don't try to make a solution that is not perfected visible. I know we're big on, showing the growth steps and all those things. And as much as those are fantastic for documentary, it can damage what you are building if the roots are not, properly put in place. So like I said, your personal brand can be in light stage where people know you, and your business or the expression or your career can still be in salt stage. And then your marriage or even family can be in a city stage where you're discipling people, or ministry, for example, can be in city stage where you're discipling more and more leaders. So it is important that we're able to understand which one is in different areas per time. Now, that being said, I want us to quickly look at somebody that I love. I understudy a little bit on Vusi. How many of us have heard about Vusi before? Please tell me I've heard of Vusi before. Who I'm checking the chat box to know who has heard of Vusi. I have, okay. Yale Khan said she has not heard. Okay, that's all right. This is your first encounter with seeing Vusi. No, so I particularly picked Vusi because he's an African and I love the work that he's doing. And what he's doing is very similar to, what, I do. Very, very similar, but in a different atmosphere because he's also a venture capitalist, right? Vusi is a speaker, he's an investor, and he's a leader. Vusi is South Africa, and he's someone that I've seen on global stages. I've seen him at TDJ's program before. He didn't just start globally, and this is why I have his bio on this slide, right? Vusi didn't start globally. He started with debating, public speaking in the early 20s and became the youngest debater to represent South Africa internationally. So he grew locally, his local foundation. And what was the key action? He mastered one skill locally, and that is speaking and thinking. I strongly believe that one of the most powerful skills that you can learn in our time is the skill of communication. But there's a lot that goes into communication. So he mastered the core skill of communication, which is in speaking and thinking. So what's the principle that I took out of that? Local mastery creates the base for global relevance. Miles Monroe did the same thing. Miles Monroe was sought after because he was so locally influential that the global stage began to look for him. And that's why that name has become, renowned, even in this generation, right? And then let's look at phase 2 of Vusi's career. Local credibility, because he spoke at, in South Africa, corporate events, he positioned himself as a leader, he, positioned himself in specific topics, African economic growth, business strategy, venture capitalism. If you watch his old videos, it is always about business and money and how you can scale. That's all he kept on talking. You see him in rooms of 10 people, 5 people, 20 people, and he kept on building his credibility locally, built a strong presence in South Africa's business ecosystem. So he infiltrated it as salt, right? He infiltrated the South African business ecosystem as salt. So what was the key action? Focused on African narratives, not imported ideas. So he looked at the environment. What does my environment need to grow? And focused on what it was needed. Now, I'll pause here a bit to just say something. Most of the ideas that come out of Africa these days, because when I was doing this research, I was researching businesses that export globally. And you hear of Flutterwave, you hear of Paystack, you hear of Dangote and all that. You find out that the services and the products that they provide is not new. They actually even provide it for Africans. They just have collaborations, partnerships with foreign companies. It's not as if they export the services outside. Think about it. Flutterwave, or was it Paystack, that was bought by Stripe? Stripe already does the service that they do. Stripe just bought them so that they can own the African market. So it's not as if Flutterwave or Paystack entered into America or entered into the UK and then started to dominate there. No, we use Flutterwave and Paystack in Africa here, right? So we must understand that when we're developing solutions, when we are coming up with solutions, even though we're doing it locally, we also ask ourselves, what problem does it solve globally? All right. So what was the tipping point for Vusi? It became known as the distinct African voice in business. So you don't want to have a business conference these days now. Vusi's name will be mentioned when they are considering speakers. And that's how he positioned himself. Then he built systems. So he founded a venture capital, right? He built a company. So you see that in the beginning, he was being sold and he was building his personal brand, speaking about the things he was passionate about. And then eventually he built a system to carry this thing, started solving problems for people. So he transitioned from being a speaker to an investor and a business leader. So he built business credibility, not just a personal brand. That's why I love the work that he has done. So what is the key action here? Create structures and capital systems. His business created structure and created a capital system. The My Growth Fund. He still works on his personal brand. He mentors, CEOs, but he has a business that runs funds for small businesses that want to scale. And what's the principle here? Global influence requires systems, not just visibility. And we'll be talking about system building. You see, the thing about systems is that there are systems on different levels. There's system for your business, there's system for your life. There's, in your personal life, you could call them rhythms, the habits that make you, what time you wake up, what time you go to bed, how many books you read, how often you exercise, the amount of water you drink. These are systems. These are systems of habits. So we don't just look at systems from the point of view of the systems we place in our companies. We look at systems also in our personal lives that make us who we are. Okay. And then final phase, global expansion. And that's where he is right now. Another person that, that I can mention that does this well, from Nigeria is DDK, right? If you're in the coaching space, you know who DDK is. So he started speaking internationally. They invite him to Europe, Asia, United States. He represents Africa business thinking on global stages. He engaged in cross-border investments, and he has gone global. He leverages unique African insights in business, right? He used speaking as an export product, built credibility first in his nation, then visibility. So what's the principle here? Global markets reward authenticity backed by competence. They want to know what you have done back home, right? I see a lot of people, even from the UK, from the US, coming back to Nigeria to set up businesses. There's a lady that I stumbled on online who is building a free boarding school. She's not even building, she's running a free boarding school. It's called Let It Shine Academy. Her name is Dami. She's doing fantastic work. Now, the visibility is not a lot because, when you check the social media, it's still less than 5,000 or about 6,000 followers. But she's building locally. And before you know it, when the world starts to see the work that she's doing, when visibility hits the work she's doing locally, the fundings and the global stage will start to come in because people will start to ask her, how are you able to run a free school? So I'm here to challenge us today. Right, here's my challenge for you today. Find a problem you can solve locally with what you have. And even if it's not what you have, with what the skills that you can master. Find a problem I can tell you one off the top of my head. Lagos has a sewage problem, serious sewage problem, for waste. I think it's a global problem actually, because I know that in another couple of years, the UAE has implemented no use of nylon bags as of this year actually, and they are planning to scrap nylon bags by 2030, I believe. Kenya has already succeeded in doing that. You would rarely see anybody. If you see anybody using a nylon bag in Kenya, they probably brought it from outside. And they even check your bags when you're coming in if you're bringing nylon bags in, right? So one of the ways they were able to cut down on that level of waste is to reduce the use of nylon bags, right? So we're talking about sustainability, recycling and all those things. These are real problems. Lagos has a transport problem. See, well, I don't know if you guys have seen Ella, that girl that's on social media, right? Lagos has a transport problem, and that problem is not going anytime soon until people rise to solve these problems, right? So find the problem you can solve locally, sit with it, think on it, build solutions around it, real solutions, not the ones that are not sustainable. Create a system that makes it work consistently, right? Create a system around it. I like what, Shortlast is doing. But even Shortlast is not enough to solve Nigerians' problem. Uber, InDrive is still not enough to solve the transport problem that we have in Lagos, in Nigeria at large. Then when you create the system and the solution is tested and trusted, talk about it, share it, make it visible, speak on it everywhere. And then scale through collaboration. I know that people struggle with partnerships, but you cannot grow alone. We just talked about a city. In order to be a city on a hill, or for a business to become a city on a hill that becomes visible and starts to function on a global stage, you would need collaboration. You would need partnerships on different levels. And finally, I just encourage you, be salt, do the work locally, take advantage of where you are right now, become light, lead with visibility, speak about the good work that you're doing. The scripture says that let your light so shine that men will see the good work and glorify your Father. How your light shines is by men seeing the good works that you're doing responsibly, of course, not that you mix your integrity with, cutting corners, right? And then build cities that change nations, build people, grow leaders. So lastly, I said to you, grow locally, go globally, and build responsibly. Thank you so much for having me. God bless you.
Thank you. Please, let's send our claps, our emojis. Let's thank Toby on Box. Thank you so much. That was such a powerful session. Yes, keep the emojis coming. Let's put in the chat box what was one thing that stood out to you from her session. So I really liked how she got a framework from a scripture that a lot of us have read many times about being the salt of the earth, being the light, and then even advancing to the city, And I like that catchphrase, go local, grow global. So thank you so much. That was really impactful, just mentioning the different stages and understanding where you are. You could be in the salt stage, being in the light, and then being able to grow and into the city. And I really liked I like how we've been transitioning or building upon even messages from yesterday, how you talked about even just having building leaders like wherever you are so that those ones can function even in your absence. Yes, please put in the chat what one word. Yes. Please put in the chat one word you got from this session. And if you have questions for Toby or for Ola, our previous speaker, please also share, put those questions out. Do we have any questions so far? I think one question I had just briefly was for someone to even just thinking about all of this, how can someone gain access to a leader like you or any other that has proven record of being able to establish the systems? And then if someone just needs help, we might have people here that need that help with creating the structure and the systems. They just don't know how to do it. How can they get that help, that resource? I also really liked how you mentioned just even the ones we do in our personal lives, that counts as well. So that discipline and consistency. But just a quick question for you before we call on our very next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. So like for example, the Salt Light City system is actually a system that I use in my coaching, for people to actually come in at whatever stage that they find themselves in. So we develop programs and coaching cycles. So like I said, in different areas of your life, you might be in salt stage, light stage, or city stage, right? So we didn't officially launch it because again, it's happening on the background. But the way to reach out if you want to develop whether your salt stage, light stage, or city stage is I'll drop a link to the registration, and you can easily follow me on social media, Toby Unboxed, and send me a DM also, right? But I'll drop the link for the registration on the group.
Okay, all right. You heard her. Reach out to her, connect with her. Thank you so very much. All right. How's everyone feeling so far? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Did you want to say something, Florence?
Yeah, just wanted to say that we should ensure that we're also, checking the YouTube because we have a lot of people there, and there's a lot of commendation for the last two speakers, and I just wanted to make sure that we catch that.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, we do have our YouTube going on as well. Thank you for sharing that. It might take a while to get on YouTube right now, but we'll go ahead and call on our next speaker. Okay, yes. So Susan did mention a word that stood out to her from this session was creating structure and capital systems. Yes, that was a really good one. All right. Okay, so for our next speaker for today, thank you to the previous two. We have Ranti Oviebo, and she'll be talking to us about scaling without structural fragility and being able to sustain growth through governance. Okay, and so Ranti Oviebo is a business leader who's focused on growth, on governance, and operational discipline, and she builds organizations that scale sustainably without losing structural integrity. All right. And the she actually does have a BSc in zoology from the University of Jos in 1994, and she has a master's in fisheries from Bayero University from Kano in 1999. She's an accomplished agriculture project coordinator and the current director, agriculture produce safety and quality control from Lagos State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems. She also serves as coordinator of the Lagos State Fresh Food Hub, where she has championed innovations in agricultural logistics and market access. With over 25 years of experience, Mrs. Oviebo is recognized for her leadership, innovation, and commitment to agriculture, rural development, a fellow of the Institute of Management Consultants and the Fisheries Society of Nigeria, and an alumni of the Ibadan Business School. She has consistently demonstrated excellence across agricultural value chains. Her career began as a subject matter specialist in the Lagos State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems. And over the years, she has contributed to several World Bank assisted agricultural projects, strengthening food systems and markets leakages. As coordinator of the Fresh Food Hub, she spearheaded programs that improved farmer incomes and consumer access to safe, affordable produce. As director, Mrs. Oviebo now leads strategic efforts to ensure the quality, safety, and traceability of agricultural produce across Lagos State, and her mandate covers regulatory enforcement, food safety protocols, and value chain enhancements, driving stronger consumer protection and agricultural competitiveness. Her expertise spans aquaculture training, fish farming, agro processing, logistics, and project management. She's credited with pioneering innovative technologies such as fish canning and fish crackers, which have improved productivity and raised the incomes of more than 7,000 fish farmers. Mrs. Oviebo contributions have earned her local and international recognition, including induction into the Thomas Sankara Selfless Leadership Hall of Fame. A passionate advocate for continuous learning, she actively participates in high-level training and conferences to remain at the forefront of global best practices in agricultural development and food systems. Wow. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Oviebo to Kingdom Builders in the Marketplace Day 2. Please let's send our emojis in the chats on YouTube. Let's leave comments. Please join me in welcoming this amazing woman. Thank you so much, Ma. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure, and I consider it a privilege to be here. Okay, so I consider it a privilege to be here and to share out of the abundance that the Lord has deposited inside of me. As Christian professionals, we are called to be good stewards of the resources God has given us, which includes our organizations. Not just our organization, even in our family lives, in our little businesses, we're expected to be good stewards of the resources that the Lord has placed in our hands. When we talk about being ambassadors of Christ in the marketplace, you must stand out in whatever it is that you are doing for excellence. And so today we're going to explore how to scale our businesses without compromising our values or sacrificing stability. And we will start by looking at the book of 1 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 31. And it says, so whatever you eat or drink, or whatever you do, to the glory of God. For us as Christians, there's nothing we do that's just like that. You can't be careless with the way you live, the way you speak, the way you carry out your business. Everything has to be done well. And so we would look at scaling without structural fragility. Growth. I think the first speaker has spoken about growth. The second speaker equally spoke about growth. Growth can be so exciting. When you are growing in your business, it can be so exciting. Your numbers are increasing. But at the same time, growth can also come with some disadvantages, more so when it is not on a well-structured platform. The foundation of your business is everything. The foundation of your business is everything. Once you don't get the foundation right, then everything just falls in place. It does not fall in place. You have to do it right. There is no two ways about it. So as Christian professionals, we are called to build organizations that honor God. And you cannot build an organization that crumbles because you are known for excellence. We're going to look at 4 pillars, basically 4 pillars. And these 4 pillars are very key. The first one is structure. The structure. And then we will look at governance, systems, and discipline. So when we talk about structure, what is structure? And why do you need a structure in a business or in an organization? Basically, structure defines your roles and the responsibilities of an organization. What are the roles and the responsibilities of the organization or whatever business you want to do, no matter how small that business is? What are the roles? What are the responsibilities? Who is going to carry out these roles and these responsibilities? They're very key. And then what is the mission and the vision of the organization? Why is your organization, why did you create it? Or why are you there? What do you intend to achieve? Then what are the goals? What are the goals? What are you planning to achieve at the end of the day? What are you working towards? And when you have all this in any organization, in any business you want to set up, the first thing is, what do you want to achieve? What is your mission statement? What is the vision of that organization? And then what are the roles? Who are the people that are going to perform these roles? What is going to be the responsibilities of those people that are going to perform the roles? Growth generally, when you talk about growth, it adds, to your finances. You have more people when you are growing. You have an increased team. You have responsibilities, more responsibilities as your organization is growing. And without having a structure, a proper structure in place, confusion sets in. Confusion sets in. The whole system just begins to collapse. People are confused. Your staffs are confused. You yourself, at times, you can be confused. And when there is duplication of work, especially in an organized, not in an organized, in a big organization, when growth happens and you don't have a proper structure in place, a lot of duplication of work comes in. A lot of us, I'm a civil servant. You can find quite a number of ministries doing the same thing. And then you have duplication of efforts, priorities are misplaced, you have clashes, and they say a house divided against itself cannot stand. So most times when things like that begins to happen in an organization, the focus is taken away. And then instead of the organization growing, it begins to crumble because there's a lot of infighting, there's a lot of diversion of attention. The goals are no longer met because, there is a lot of issues happening. So you must have a well-structured organization, regardless of how small it is. In fact, this morning I was just thinking, I said, even in my domestic activities in the house, I have quite a number of people working for me in the house. And so what I have done is I have defined everybody's role. So I have the person who cleans the compound. I have the one who washes the car. I have the one who cleans the inside of the house. I have defined their roles. Because if you do not do that, and there is no delineation of assignment, there's going to be conflict of interest. And at the end of the day, you don't get anything done. You don't get anything done. So that structure is very key. I would also give the example of a fast food chain, where as the organization is growing, when you do not define the roles of everyone, everybody can just walk into somebody else's space. And at the end of the day, who are you going to hold responsible, when there is a mistake? I talk about trademarking usually for most businesses, where if anything happens, I can actually trace where that thing came from. So when you do not assign roles and responsibilities, where there are no clear, distinct assignments to people, growth at the end of the day, there will be conflict of interest and you won't even get the desired result you want to get. What is our actionable tips for the structure? The first one is for you to define the roles. When you are growing in an organization or when you want to start. Now, let's not even talk about when you want to grow, when you want to start. Because as Christians, growth is inevitable. Growth is inevitable, but you must have planned it. I went this morning when I was also praying concerning this meeting, God just showed me something. He said, when you are building a house, for instance, why do you think people do not start with 6-inch block? They go for the bigger block, the 9-inch. The reason is because if tomorrow you are building a bungalow and you want to raise it into you want to add a floor or 2 floors to it, the foundation already is in place. So you have put in a structure in place. You have the blocks that are strong, that can carry the weight of another one that is placed on it. And then you also have pillars. You're going to put pillars. You reinforce your building when you are starting your foundation. It's the same thing for any business. My daughter started a business about a year ago. And I know that when I was helping her to design the business, I told her, I said, yes, you are going to start small, but we're going to build a structure in place that can accommodate your growth even in the next 10 years. Some businesses, the structure is so small that when they grow, it becomes almost impossible to grow. It's either they have to stop and then start all over again because the structure was not there in the first place. So as Christians, I always tell people that you cannot be bigger than your dream. What are you dreaming of? What are your long-term goals? So when you are starting a business, you should have a structure that can actually accommodate your growth, even from that beginning. You should have a structure in place that can accommodate your growth. So what is that structure that you're having? Like I said, you must have roles, you must have responsibilities properly defined. And then the second pillar, I talked about 4 pillars. The second pillar is governance. Governance. When you talk about governance, this is where decisions are made. This is where decisions of an organization are made. They talk about boardrooms, in big organizations. You talk about management meetings. And then even in your small business, you can still have your own boardroom. But basically, governance means where decisions are taken. Governance is the rule, policies, and then accountable systems that guide decisions and protect your organization. I know that in my little business, I've been introduced, I'm a civil servant, but I'm also a farmer. Several times, when it comes to accountability, at the initial stage, I didn't have a very solid structure, but my daughter came on board and she made sure that she put in an accounting structure in place. And that has helped us a lot. It has helped us a lot. And it is also helping us even with our growth. It also helps for tracking. It helps for tracking. It helps for projection. I always tell people that when you fail to plan, then you will plan to fail. And so governance helps you, one of the pillars, the second pillar, governance helps you in your policies. It helps in your accounting system. No matter how small your business is, you must make sure that that accounting system is second to none, And then your decision making does not have to be you all the time. Your decision making does not have to be you all the time. You must learn to carry people along, no matter how small that business is. You must learn to carry people along. And without governance, decisions are inconsistent. Without governance, decisions are inconsistent. Without governance, conflicts would definitely arise. I talked about roles, responsibilities. Governance helps, in decision making, and then telling everybody what they should do and what they should not do. So when you have governance structures in place, conflicts are mitigated. You can't stop conflicts totally, but it helps to mitigate because you already have committees in place, that helps for conflict resolutions and all of that. And then your operations, it also helps for operations. With governance, the organization functions smoothly, even when the key leader is absent. I can remember about maybe 12 years ago, I used to believe that as a good leader, I must do everything myself. And if I'm not there, as a civil servant, if I'm not there, they must call me and say, Mrs. Oviedo, where are you? We need this, we need that. And I think after a year or so, I listened to a talk, and the person actually said to us that as a good leader, even when you are not around, that organization must move on. That is part of the quality of a good leader. And for me, that was a turning point in my life. Today, even when I'm not in the office, everything goes on well because I have learned to, assign responsibilities to people. I have learned to let people be themselves. That's one of the things, again, with growth. If you want your organization to grow, you must allow your officers, your staffs to express themselves, to be at their best. You must create an enabling environment for them to thrive in and, bring out the best in them. And so, governance is everything. Governance is like a car, that you have, and it's the engine. All you need to do is just to fuel it. And when you fuel it, it powers and it moves. That is what governance does. And one of our practical tips is to assign decision authority to different people in your organization. You can't do it all, and you do not know it all. Even as the leader, as the owner of the business, you can't know it all, and you cannot do it all. So you must learn to assign, you must learn to delegate, and you must learn to hold people accountable. You must learn to hold people accountable. Now, for everything you do, you must document the rules for key activities. You must document rules. There must be a guideline. this is how you want your organization to be run. But at the same time, you're also allowing them to express themselves. You want them to express themselves, but then you must document all these things. And then you must set accountability for actions. You must set accountability for actions. Your staffs cannot just come in at any time. They can't, if it's not break time, they can't go on break. They can't take calls when it's not time for them to take calls. I know that in Nigeria, some people will be telling me that we're not in UK, we're not in America, where people do those things. In Nigeria, it's very rampant, where you see people, an officer can be on the phone for 1 hour speaking to somebody when you're actually supposed to be at work. So you must hold your staffs accountable for all their actions, and then you periodically review if these rules are working effectively. You have a guideline of the things you want to do as an organization, either as an SME or a big organization. You have your work plan in place. And then how do you achieve your work plan, your action plan? So when you have your work plan, you have your action plan. That's part of governance. Each time I develop my annual work plan and budget, I have my work plan and I have my action plan, and then I have the budget that is attached to it. You can also do that even as an SME. So when you have all this at the back of
Okay. Hello, Mark. Can you hear us? All right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I believe there's just a glitch in the network right now. We'll just wait for Mrs. Oviebo to come back. But yes, if this message has been resonating with you, please share all that you've learned. Send in a word that you've received so far from what she's been talking about. We've learned so much about just growth without structure can collapse an organization from within, and the importance of setting up the systems, the structures. I liked how she talked about just building upon it, because having the right foundation is important so that a collapse doesn't occur, and making sure that we're building roles and responsibilities and processes first. And like I mentioned earlier, we're really building upon what other speakers have been saying. What has resonated with you so far? Please share. Please share in the comment section. While we get Mrs. Oviebo back. Okay, so Philip Smith says foundation and governance are essential. That is absolutely correct. Foundation and governance are essential, and having structures in the place that can accommodate your growth. So just like we talked about with the previous speaker, you can get to the city, but if you don't have structure and systems, there can be that collapse that occurs. And I liked how she talked about governance being that decision-making process, right? This is important for your company to be able to run smoothly. And just like everyone else has said, if the leader is absent, the company, the organization needs to continue to be able to function. Yes, Benedict John says governance is like a fuel. You just need to fuel it before it can move. Yes, thank you for sharing that. Please keep your comments coming. Okay. Shake, excuse me. Shake Pappy says, okay. Shake Pappy says, how do you, okay, so it seems like we have a question. How do you set up a phone rule in a place like Nigeria without being mean or tagged a wicked boss? Okay, that's a good question. We'll save that for the end, when Mrs. Oviebo is done, so she
I'm
can answer
back.
that question. Okay, welcome back, Ma.
Sorry about that. Sorry
No
about that.
worries. No worries. Okay, I'm glad you're back. All
Okay.
right. Yes, Ma.
All right. So
Okay, we have about 5 minutes or so, and then some questions are coming in for you as well. But thank you, Ma.
Okay, so the third pillar is your system. And this is how things are done every day. You know, how things are done every day. You must document your systems. You must have them, written in black and white. These are not things that you should have in your memory. You want to grow a business or you start a business, all your processes must be documented, so that when you grow, it's easy for somebody else to continue from where you have stopped. Documentation is key. You must document your workflows for operations and your sales. You must also train your staff. I think one of the speakers also spoke about it. You must train your staff. Capacity building is key for growth, and then regular review to improve your processes. And the last pillar is discipline. These are the ways you do things right. As Christians, we must not compromise. We must always make sure that we do the right thing. We must have the right attitude at all times. Discipline keeps standards high. It also helps for smooth operation. And then this also helps to grow in a sustainable way. One of the practical tips is that expand only when your system and the governance structures are ready. When you are growing, make sure that you have a system that can support your growth. And that's why I talked about at the initial stage that when you are building your system or in your organization, make sure that the foundation can actually accommodate growth. Even if you are not starting big, you can start small and grow big, but make sure that you have a foundation that can actually accommodate your growth. So never expand when you do not have a system in place that can accommodate growth, so that you do not crumble. And then make sure that your system, you can always monitor at all times. And in closing, as Christian professionals, we are called to build organizations that honor God and serve others. That's why we've been called in the marketplace. And by applying these principles, we can scale without structural fragility and create a lasting impact. Let us be committed to building resilient organizations that reflects God and God's character in us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ma. Oh, let me remove the. Okay. Thank you so much, Ma, for sharing. Please, let's send our thank you to Mrs. Available. Please send your emojis, send in the chats. Just let's tell her thank you so much. That was a wonderful session. We learned so much from this great woman about scaling without structure, how that can lead to fragility. Yes, we talked about all the 4 pillars, documenting your systems. We talked about the previous part when she was out. So just rounding up, documenting your systems, like she mentioned, how everything is done daily, making sure that we're keeping track of the operation system and that can continue even in your absence, right? And yes, please, if you have questions, let's send those in. We did have a question for you, Ma. And talking about ground rules, someone had mentioned on our YouTube, I believe that's Paul. He says, how do you set up a phone rule, or maybe just a rule in general, in a place like Nigeria, they said, without being mean or tagged a wicked boss? So that was a question for you, Ma.
So one of the things I have done as a leader is to ensure that we are on the same page when it comes to the vision and the mission of my job. And I don't see it as my job is everybody's job. So when everybody is into that particular organization or activity, you will see that the commitment level of everyone is there. So even if I'm not there, I do not have to create ground rules. You know that you are accountable to God Almighty. Part of what I do in my workplace is I always tell everyone that you are not accountable to me. You are accountable to God, and He's the one who rewards. And so when you work with me, you work with the fear of God, and then you work knowing the vision, what I stand for, and you have the same mission. We have the same way of achieving the goals of that organization. I don't have to monitor you. I don't have to police you. I don't have to put structures in place. I just make sure that I have built in the right virtues into you, even from the beginning. And then leadership is by example. They see me, I don't do those things, then there is no reason for you to do the same, when even I'm not around.
Thank you, man. That's a good one. I have a follow-up question for that, because you mentioned that you need to have those that have the fear of God. So as Christians, because this is a Christian platform, does that mean majority of all our workers would have to be believers as well? What if they're not believers? How do you go about handling the difference in faiths and having everyone align with your culture and values in the marketplace?
All my staffs are not Christians, but one of the things I do, so apart from being a civil servant, even as a civil servant, when we come to work, each time I have meetings, I have my prayers the Christian way. I have my prayers. I ask someone so that you don't make the Muslims feel like they are not recognized. One of the things I've done is I do not downplay anybody's religion, but deep down inside of me, I know that because I do not criticize your religion, I make it seem as if you can do whatever you want to do, but I speak to your conscience. And unconsciously, I have realized that quite almost everybody in my organization indirectly are Christians. Even when they come out and say they're Muslims, I have seen it. I call them at different times. I pray with them the Christian way. You know how it is with us in Nigeria. When they are outside, they can say they're Muslims, but then deep down inside, I keep telling people, a lot of people that you think are Muslims are actually Christians, because of what we have been able to do in the marketplace. So we just keep pushing, we just keep praying for them, and we keep speaking to their conscience.
Yes, ma'am. I love how we can still have evangelism be a part of even our service in the marketplace. And another question for you on YouTube was, some of us want to establish some businesses. The person says, I'm thinking of a lot of things. What do I check in order to know what business is right for me aside prayers? So apart from prayers, the person is asking, how can they know what is right for them? Thank you, ma'am.
I've had a lot of people ask me that question. So I tell everyone that we all have different callings in life. So the first thing is you need to pray and ask God for your calling. And one of the ways you can know your calling is check around you. What is it that you really love doing? And then the next thing is when you look around you, identify a gap. I know that the second speaker spoke about that. You must identify a gap. And that gap would align with your passion. That's when you identify your calling. There is a gap that aligns with your passion. And so with that, you just find yourself filling in the gap, because as an entrepreneur, you are a risk taker and you're also filling in a gap. So those are the things you do. But everything stems from you going to God in the place of prayer, and then you looking around you, because all around you, there are opportunities. And then when God leads you to the opportunity, that's it.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ma. Please, let's send our pluses, let's send our emojis, let's send our thank you in the chats. Thank you so very much, Ma, for your time today and for just the knowledge that you've impacted in us. We're really, truly grateful. Yes, thank you. Thank you, everyone, so far for being here with us. It's been an amazing session, and all the speakers have been building upon from one to the other, still focusing on what it means to have strategy, what strategic clarity is all about, right? We still going back to that core question of, now you have not just what do you believe, but how does it work? So now our speakers have been showing us how it works, right? How does your vision become systems, decisions, priorities, and measurable outcomes? So I hope that this is impacting each and every one of us. Thank you so much, Ma. We truly appreciate you being here
Thank
with
you
us.
for
God bless you. Thank you. All right. So how's everyone feeling with day 2? Let me see. Let's check the temperature in the room. How are you all feeling so far? Good, good. Yes. People say think fired up. Yes. Any other word? Send in your words for how these sessions because we've been going through it real fast, and we started really early today because there's a lot happening today. Yes, glorious. Yes, someone is feeling glorious. Philip is feeling glorious. Yes, Toluwakba is feeling elated. That's good. Yes, this is a good time to just feel excited. Yes. All right. Thank you. People said they're gaining clarity. Yes. Thank you for that. Informed. Yinka says he or she feels informed. Benedict feels inspired. Florence feels clearer. Yes. All right. Those are good things to feel right now because I feel blessed. I feel enriched, empowered. Just I've been taking a lot of notes. So, after this, we need to go back and be able to implement this. Okay, so we're gonna go on to our very next speaker. Oh, Okoye says, I missed yesterday's network, but today learning, I feel blessed. Yes, thank you for joining us today, Okoye. Hopefully you can catch us on the YouTube replay and watch for those that you've missed yesterday. And even for today, you can always join us and hope to see you tomorrow in person as well. All right, so there's still a lot left for us today. So we're going to be bringing our next speaker. I want you all to help me welcome this next speaker. It's Nelson Dominic. This speaker is going to be taking us onto performance and visibility architecture multiplication. Okay. Performance and visibility architecture, positioning structure for influence and what all that is about. So for Nelson Dominic, he is a brand and visibility strategist specializing in positioning, digital presence, and performance-driven communication, and translates value into credible, visible influence. So let's go over his bio. Nelson Dominic is a people and performance strategist and organizational transformation professional. He currently serves as head of HR at Bioscape Commodities Africa Limited, a renewable energy and bio commodities company, where he leads people systems for plants and corporate operations, workforce scaling, performance management, and capability development across industrial environments. With a career that cuts across HR, operations, and business strategy, Nelson is passionate about helping young professionals understand how to intentionally drive performance, build credible personal brands, and position themselves for opportunities in competitive environments. His work focuses on translating strategy into execution, helping individuals and organizations move from potential to measurable results. Nelson regularly mentors young professionals and founders on career clarity, performance systems, visibility, and strategic positioning with a practical, no fluff approach grounded in real workplace experience. He believes that visibility without substance is noise, and performance without visibility is hidden value. And his work sits at the intersection of both. Okay, I'm getting there. We have Dr. Adeola next. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I just read the whole bio of? Oh, I'm so sorry, Ma. Okay. My sincere apologies for that. Okay, Okoye, I know you're really excited for Mr. Nelson. We'll keep that for when he comes here. So sorry, ma. Okay, it's actually Dr. Adeola Agbato. All right. Apologies for that. So Dr. Mrs. Adeola Agbato is distinguished as a distinguished professional whose career reflects agility and resilience with over 25 years working experience in banking, management consulting, governance, advocacy, and stakeholder management. Her education spans 3 continents, Africa, Europe, and the United States, and she's a member of several professional associations. She holds a Doctor of Business Administration from Walden University, US, specializing in leadership and governance. She has an MBA from the University of Wales, Cardiff, UK, and BSc Business Administration from the University of Lagos, Nigeria. Dr. Mrs. Adiola Agbato is a certified training professional. She's a certified John Maxwell speaker and a coach and a trainer, and has attended several courses from reputable local and international training institutions such as the Lagos Business School, LBS, Association for Talent Development in US, and the Finance Accreditation Agency, Malaysia, amongst others. Dr. Mrs. Agbato's exemplary professional trajectory is enhanced by her profound affiliations with several reputable professional organizations. She's a fellow of the Nigeria Institute of Training and Development. She's a member of the Harvard Business Review Advisory Council, Nigeria Institute of Management and Women in Management, Business and Public Service. At WIMBEX, she was a member of the 2024 Conference Planning Committee and 2025 WIMBOARD Planning Committee. She also volunteers as a mentor at WIMBEX and the Faith Foundation. As a gender advocate, due to her passion for women empowerment, she has founded the Financial Literacy for Women, a virtual platform where she empowers women with financial literacy skills. In recognition of her professional achievements and influence, she was recently recognized as one of the top 10 inspiring Black business women to follow in 2025 by the CIO Look Media in US. A widely sought conference speaker, she is a member of the board of trustees of the RCCG Courage magazine. Dr. Mrs. Adiola Agbato is happily married to Dr. Benga Agbato, a veterinary doctor and pastor. Their union is blessed with 2 male children. All right, please join me in welcoming Dr. Adiola Agbato today. Let's give her a warm welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today, ma'am. Let's welcome her as she talks to us about organizational reproduction and leadership multiplication, embedding leadership pipelines. Thank you so much, Ma. The stage is yours. We're so glad to have you with us.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope I'm audible. Good, thank you.
Yes, Ma, we can hear you.
Thank you. I would like to appreciate the conference organizers for this invitation, and also to appreciate the speakers that have spoken ahead of me. You've done excellently well. Thank you for the insights that you shared. I'll be sharing my screen now. Yeah. I hope you can see my screen, please.
Yes, Ma, we can see your screen, Ma.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah. So this evening, I'll be speaking in the next 20 minutes or thereabouts on, I'll be speaking on organizational reproduction and leadership multiplication. The title is actually a handful, but it speaks to a very, very important topic in management or in organizational life. And when I talk about organizational life, it's not restricted to multinationals or the big organizations, even our SMEs, our non-for-profit organizations, and every form of organization is actually captured, or this topic is actually relevant to every form of for every organization. And the reason being that every organization, when it sets up, the founders actually set up the organizations with the idea that the organizations would outlive them, that the organizations would exist even for years and years and years, and they would continue to make impact. However, what we discover these days, or what we can see these days, is that, for example, if we look at family-owned businesses, you discover that Very few family-owned businesses are able to transition beyond the third or the fourth generation. And even for the large corporates, sometimes because they are not able to fix the issue of leadership, the organization, even though it's still existing, but is not thriving as it ought to. So this afternoon or this evening, we'll be looking at how organizations can reproduce themselves and how leaders can be multiplied in the organization. One of the previous speakers this afternoon mentioned that the fact that the owner of the business or the top person, the CEO in the business, is not around does not mean that the organization should not function properly or function the way the organization would function if the leader or the CEO is in the office. Meaning that there are structures that have been put in place, there are designs that have been put in place to ensure that irrespective of the presence or otherwise of the CEO, the organization moves or operates smoothly. And so that speaks to leadership multiplication. All right, so to give us a structure around this conversation in the next 20 or less than 20 minutes, I have put up a brief agenda. We have introduction, definition of concepts. Why are we talking about this topic today? And what is the implication for executives and talents? And would conclude. So before I go into the introduction, I'd like to share a life experience with us. And this experience took place many years ago during my compulsory youth service. For those of us that had our first degree in Nigeria or had to come back to Nigeria for the compulsory national youth service, you would be familiar with this scheme set up by the government. So I did my compulsory 1-year youth service in an organization, and that organization was very, very intentional about the talents, that's the staff that they engage, they bring into the organization, very intentional about developing the talents, very intentional about culture in the organization, very, very mindful of developing the next level of leadership. And so when we talk about organizational reproduction, essentially, it speaks to recreating the characteristics of an existing culture to ensure that that culture continues to exist. And the culture is very much guarded to ensure that any attempt to dilute the culture is frowned at. And I'll give us another example of one of the leading banks in Nigeria. That bank, when that bank started many, many years ago, it was very, very intentional about culture. And even from the point of even employing anybody, they would ensure that that person is a person that would fit into their culture. So for them, it's not just about having the educational qualifications or doing well in the battery of pre-employment test or doing well in the interview. They were very, very particular about culture. And at the point of even hiring, that organization makes sure that anybody coming into the organization would align with the culture. And in another organization where I worked with, any attempt to dilute the culture was frowned at. And really, what is culture? You know, in our secondary school, we're taught that culture is the way people do things, a set of people do things. So if we speak to our culture in Nigeria, in our culture in Africa, it speaks to respect. Culture also speaks to language. Culture also speaks to habits that bind people together. And then when we talk about leadership multiplication, leadership really is about influence. And I was so glad when the first speaker mentioned influence. Leadership is about influence. And so leadership multiplication is about developing high impact talents in an organization whereby they are empowered to increase their influence. And I want to state here that Leadership is not about being the top person in the organization. Sometimes, because of influence, the leader could be someone that is below the ladder or down the ladder in the organization. So anybody can be a leader at any level. I want us to take that anybody can be a leader at any level. You don't have to be the top person in the organization to be the leader. You can, by virtue of influence, you can actually be a leader. So let's move on. So what are we talking about? Why should we talk about organizational reproduction and leadership multiplication? I want to take us to an example that many of us, if not all of us, can relate to, which is our secondary school biology. We all taught about reproduction. And now taking it a step further, in the Bible, God says, God gave man a charge. He said, I want you to replenish the earth. I want you to multiply the earth. You know, there's no way the earth can continue to be if human beings are not reproducing themselves, if we don't have people to fill in the earth. And so also in organizations, if we are not reproducing the organization, if we are not multiplying leadership, then there's no way the organization will continue to exist or will continue to be sustainable or even be profitable. So why are we having this discussion this afternoon? Firstly, is about succession planning. Some time ago, I worked in an organization whereby the middle level, there was a gap in the middle management. So in many organizations, we have top management, middle management, and the low management. Now, in that particular organization, there was a gap in the middle management. And the leader at that time identified that gap and took steps to filling that gap. Because what it meant was that if that gap was not filled, by the time the top level management reach retirement age or leave for other places, there will be a gap. The succession planning would have been affected. So one of the reasons why we're having this discussion today is for succession planning. Every organization that wants to continue to exist must put succession planning in place, must be intentional about succession planning. Also related to this is stability. So if in an organization, leadership is not being multiplied, or the organization, the culture, the way of life of the organization is not well guarded and reproducing, then there will be no stability. And definitely it's going to affect the growth of the organization in the long run. Another reason is to have an enhanced employee value proposition. So what's an employer value proposition? An employer value proposition essentially is the non-tangibles why somebody would choose to work for an organization and for a particular organization and not another organization. And it goes beyond money. So about a week or 2 weeks ago, I was at a session where a lady was telling us about our organization and the great things that she's doing there. She told us, she said, in my organization, because of the relationship I have with a particular country of the world, any member of staff of my organization has automatic access to visit that country. And so that's an enhanced employer value proposition. Now, the last one being organizational sustainability. Like I said earlier, anybody that starts a business or a company today wishes, prays that the organization outlives him or her. And so organizations reproduce themselves and ensure that leadership is multiplied to ensure that even beyond the lifetime of the founder, the organization remains in the future. So I'll move on to the discussion around, now that we've laid the foundation of what organizational reproduction is and leadership multiplication, What's the implication for executives? What's the implication for founders? What's the implication for CEOs? Number one is that the mission and the vision of the organization needs to speak to this, needs to speak to the fact that the organization values its employees, needs to speak to the fact that the organization also values the employees and communicates this vision and mission on a regular basis. The crafting of the vision and mission needs to speak to the fact that employees are valued, and also the communication of the vision and the mission has to be done on a regular basis, because as human beings we forget quite easily, but when it's reinforced on a regular basis, on a consistent basis, then it becomes internalized in the minds of the people working in that organization. Secondly, the role of executives is to create the right organizational culture. And this is very, very important. The right organizational culture that ensures that leadership is multiplied is very, very important. And as I go on, we are going to see it. Now, also related to this is crafting an appropriate retention strategy. So, like I said earlier, in the example of the organization where I did my youth service, they were very intentional. And by the way, that organization is Cadbury Nigeria Limited. The organization was very intentional about the kind of people that they want to work with them. And they had a culture that ensured that it was people that were fit, that had a fit with the organizational culture that were brought in. Or by the time people join the organization, then they fit into the culture. But beyond that is also to have an appropriate retention strategy, because it's a different thing to bring in a talent, but the talent must be retained. And it speaks to having an appropriate retention strategy. So I'll give an example. I was at a meeting some time ago, and a senior executive of one of the leading banks in Nigeria was like, he was on an interview panel, and they were interviewing a particular young person to join the bank. And the young person asked, okay, so what's your mode of work? This is post-COVID, after COVID. And the young person asked, so what's your mode of work? Is it hybrid, physical, or virtual? And the panelist answered it is physical. And the person being interviewed was like, no, 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 I can't do this. I'm sorry, I can't take this offer. Can we end this interview right now? And everybody was like, wow, what's happening here? And they had to reach a compromise. And the compromise was that, okay, hybrid work. We do some days at work, some days in the office. So the retention strategy has to match the age demography of the workforce. Moving on, because of my time, identification of high impact talents. So when the talents come in, when you've been able to attract the talent into your organization, retain them, you need to be able to identify these high impact talents and then ensure that they have the right professional development, because you've already seen that this set of people, they have leadership potential. And so you have to intentionally develop them professionally, exposing them to the appropriate training programs, even having them to be intentionally mentored by people that can guide them properly. And lastly is to ensure delegation of responsibility and power on a gradual basis, so that they know that we've been identified, and the organization is entrusting us with more responsibility and more power. So the responsibility and power needs to go hand in hand. And so these are some of the ways that executives can multiply leadership within their organizations. As I begin to round off, I'll go to my next slide, which speaks to, yeah. So we've talked about the implication for the executives, the HR, the senior leaders. Now, what is the implication of organizational reproduction, and leadership multiplication, even for talents or the employees. Now, number one is that they need to develop both technical and interpersonal skills. The technical skills relates to how you do your job on a day-to-day basis. Has to do with ensuring that, okay, you're certified beyond even the whatever, ensuring that on a regular basis, you develop yourself professionally. But beyond that is the interpersonal skills, ability to relate with people, to work with people in a team, conflict resolution, communication skills, empathy, and all the other interpersonal skills. Because at a certain point in your career, the technical skills will take you to a point. However, your interpersonal skills is what is going to take you to the leadership position, the top leadership position. So it's very, very important that beyond having technical skills as a growing talent, you also need to have interpersonal skills. The second thing is to be willing to stretch yourself. I see people that they only want to remain on their desk, or they only want to do tasks that have been assigned to them, the tasks that are on their contract or their letter of employment. But if for you to become a leadership potential or an high impact talent, you need to be willing to stretch yourself. You need to be able to take part in activities or projects outside your core, outside your unit, outside your department, outside, perhaps even outside your organization. What I mean by that is even joining a professional association, a professional body, and being active. That's what I mean by stretching yourself. Because many of us will like to remain in our comfort zones. However, growth actually takes place when we leave our comfort zones. Growth takes place when we stretch ourselves. And next is to have a systems view. What I mean by systems view is to be able to look at everything within an organization and to be able to see how the organization is connected. Mostly, what's the impact, or how does my own unit or department relate to the other units or departments within the organization? And then what's the impact of a decision that is made in my own department? How would that decision impact the organization as a whole? So for someone who wants to develop leadership potential or to multiply leadership, this is very, very important for talents. And then lastly is intentional networking. You have to be intentional in your networking. There's a saying that what is going to differentiate you now and in the next 5 years is the quality of the books that you read and the people that you know. Of course, it's not just to exploit people, no, but to be able to have a win-win relationship with people. So be intentional in your networking. Go out of your way to meet people at conferences, at events, even on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a professional media where you can meet people in your own space and in other organizations outside your own space. So be intentional about networking. And as I begin to actually round off this conversation, organizational reproduction and leadership multiplication is imperative to building sustainable organizations. Like I said earlier, many family businesses, for example, are not able to transition beyond second, third, fourth generations. And it's because there's a gap in the leadership multiplication between one generation and another. And in the coming years, the ultimate differentiator and competitive advantage is the human factor. Every organization can purchase technology. Technology is becoming more and more affordable. And so what is going to differentiate one organization from the other is the human factor. And that human factor is the leadership. and what's the pipeline of leadership that we are building in our organizations. By reproducing the organization and being intentional about leadership multiplication, organizations can become sustainable even among competitors. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Agbat. So please, let's give her a round of applause. Let's send our emojis, thank you in the chats. Thank you so much, Ma. That was amazing. Yes, we learned so much. Please put in the chats what you've learned. Give us a word that you got from this session, from going to strategic clarity. A word. Please share with us what you got from this session right now. I know I learned a lot. That importance of networking, intentional networking is important, especially for those of us who love working remotely these days. We just want to sit behind our desk and do our work. So I really liked the part of going outside of your comfort zone and even building upon your skills, getting certified, learning more, partnering with other organizations, maybe volunteering, and just becoming better even as employees wherever we find ourselves, or as leaders. Yes, Benedict mentions he or she learn how to stretch and get out of your comfort zone to meet people. Yes, that's one word that he learned. Yes, Florence says train others to develop your succession plan. Yes, that's really important, because we're talking about growing, organization reproduction, leadership multiplication, being able to multiply yourself, right? Okay, let's see. What did we get on YouTube? Please share your comments and the word that you received from this session. What stood out to you? Thank you. And please send in your questions. I don't see any questions yet for Dr. Agbato. If you have questions, please send them in as well. We'll be glad to have her answer those. All right. Any questions? Thank you so much, Ma. Truly a wonderful session with you. And one thing also that stood out to me was that communication of the vision and mission. And speaker had mentioned that yesterday. So I liked how you talked about having it being said on a regular basis, consistently, so that it's internalized in the team. A speaker yesterday mentioned, I think it was Dr. Adeleke, that and every morning they have their team recite the mission and vision to say, okay, make sure that we're still aligned with these goals and visions. So thank you so much. All right, Ma. Yes. All right, so we'll move on to our very next speaker for today. Please, Okoye says, always study and gain new knowledge. Yes, that is absolutely important, gaining new knowledge and studying. So our next speaker for today is Dr. Nelson Dominic. I know that I'd mentioned his whole bio previously, but we'll go ahead and say it again. Dr. Nelson Dominic is he's going to be talking to us about performance and visibility architecture and positioning structure for influence. All right, so we'll go over his bio. I hope everyone has been having a good time today and you've been learning and you're taking notes that we're going to carry on. All right, so Dr. Nelson Dominic is a people and performance strategist and organizational transformation professional. He currently serves as head of HR at Bioscape Commodities Africa Limited, a renewable energy and bio commodities company where he leads people systems for paint and corporate operations, workforce scaling, performance management, and capability development across industrial environments. With a career that cuts across HR, operations, and business strategy, Nelson is passionate about helping young professionals understand how to intentionally drive performance, build credible personal brands, and position themselves for opportunity in competitive environments. His work focuses on translating strategy into execution, helping individuals and organizations move from potential to measurable results. Nelson regularly mentors young professionals and founders on career clarity, performance systems, visibility, and strategic positioning with a practical, no-fluff approach grounded in real workplace experience. He believes that visibility without structure is noise, and performance without visibility is hidden value. And his work sits at the intersection of both. So please join me in welcoming Nelson Dominic as he takes this next last session for today before the workshop, and he'll be talking to us about performance and visibility architecture, positioning structure for influence. Yeah, let's send our applause, let's send our welcome messages on YouTube, on
Right.
Zoom. Welcome, welcome. The stage is yours, sir. Thank you so much.
All right. Good afternoon here in Nigeria. So good afternoon, Yoko. Good afternoon, Florence. Good afternoon to everyone who has spoken before now. And thank you for that prophecy, Yoko. I'm not a doctor yet, but you just prophesied. So maybe PhD is
Wait a minute. I was curious. Wait a minute. I was curious. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. When did Nelson? I was like, I read your biography for crying out. When did Nelson like? Anyways, maybe just giving us a push. Okay, good one.
but so
I'm a
soon, very
prophetess.
soon, very
I'm a
soon, very
prophetess,
soon.
so I
I
declare
mean,
it's PhD for you.
so yeah, but thank you so much for having me. I'm very much excited when I get to speak to people, right? Especially people who are believers, right? For the longest, I've always been that person who was very angry with believers in the marketplace. So if you hear me speak, if you hear me talk, you'll be like, what is wrong with these people? I'll give you a typical example I like to give all the time. So when believers come to church to give testimony, to say, oh, for the past 10 years in my company, I have not been promoted, but by the grace of God, just last year, I was promoted. I'm not easily excited. I pause to ask questions. I say, wait, so in that organization, have there been promotion year on year? You say yes. Okay. In that organization, have people been growing year on year? Yes. And then we ask you, so what happened to you? My manager just hates me. In fact, it's dev. I think that for most times, right, what I'm not discrediting or putting away or trying to talk down at the spiritual, I feel like up until recently, Christians have just been very lazy in the marketplace. And our priorities have not been right. I'm very excited to see young people who are Christians understanding as the place for grace, as the place for labor. I mean, just today I was pondering on these scriptures, right, where Paul was saying, he said, "For by grace I am what I am." He then said, "Nevertheless, I labored more than you all." Right? I mean, take the point down. Let me go straight to the course of my conversation this afternoon. Performance and visibility architecture. When we say performance, we tell people perform. You get to organization, there's your KPI set for you. This is what you're supposed to hit. This is what you're supposed to do. And then people keep performing, but there's no growth, right? In some cases, what might be missing might be visibility. And in most other cases, the performance probably is not putting any value on the table. Let me go straight to my slide so you understand, what we're talking about. Performance means you're doing great work, right? But why would your great work as a Christian professional stay invisible? Two things. Number one, there's a silent performer. You deliver exceptional results. You earn respect internally, but you remain unknown outside your immediate circle. So say you work in an organization of, say, 800, for instance, and in your small unit, your small department, right, you're about 10. Now, within your department, everyone knows, oh, Nelson is that guy if you need to get a slide done. If you get Nelson is that guy. But does your manager even know that Nelson is that guy? Does your manager's manager know that Nelson is that guy? Or you just want to be that, I'm doing my thing, right? Your impact is real, but your visibility is nearly zero. The visible performer, right? Where did my screen go? Great. Same quality of work, but strategically communicates results, position value, and build reputation that goes far. These kind of people, opportunities will come to them. I'll stay on this slide a bit. What differentiates a performer who is visible and another performer who is invisible is that the performer delivers great work, but he strategically communicates his results for that work. By reason of me doing this and this is the result I translated to the team, to the units, and to the business. That kind of person, opportunities will easily come to them. Rather than the person who just does the job, send in the reports, close the laptop for the day, carry their bag, and they go home. But we're saying that visible professionals or performers are people who put strategic communication and position their value to the business from that quality work that they do. I put this in about 4 different blocks, right? Because I mean, I'm very, very careful of time here. Performance visibility, how results become reputable. Number 2, results, connecting what you do to what matters. If you don't understand the role you play in an organization and how it matters to the bottom line, to the general organizational direction, then you're probably wasting your time in that organization. Consistent credibility, the structure behind sustained visibility. Presenting your value. What framework do you need to communicate your impact? In the very short while, this is the 4 areas I was speaking on, and then we can wrap. But before I proceed to the next, I'd like to say that visibility is not eye service. In Yoruba parlance, they will say, carry me. That's not visibility. Visibility is not social media noise and trying to be thought leader in social media space and doing plenty, aspire to aspire everything. That's not visibility. Visibility is what value are you putting on the table by reason of the good work you're doing, and how well are you putting that value before the stakeholders that matter. Not every stakeholder matters. So understanding which stakeholder matters and understanding how to put that value in front of them is what we're talking about visibility. Again, we're not saying visibility to all of this. We're saying you are putting forth your good work. If your work is not good, then you do not need visibility, else you will show your stupidity. Next slide. Now, I said performance alone is not a visibility strategy, right? You are performing, you're good. I mean, KPIs, everything is not, because if you look at, I mean, my organization, for instance, right? Everybody in the organization say we're doing performance review, and 40% of my employees company-wide are what we call A players. By that, I mean they have performed at 85% and above, over 100 at that review circle, right? That's performing. But within that 40% of people who got 85, what we stand Nelson out is because Nelson has been able to communicate that in doing this, my job that gave me 85, this is the result I translated to the team and to the business. So I'm saying that your results plus visibility plus credibility is equal to your positioning power. Work is not self-evident. In big organizations, multinationals, large organizations, even exceptional outputs can go unnoticed. So your job is to help the right people see what you do. Again, visibility is a skill. It is not noise. It is not self-promotion. Mark my choice of words there. It is strategic communication. You are ensuring that your contribution to the business, your contribution to your team connects to what matters. Now, when we talk about credibility compounds, right? It is each time you demonstrate and you articulate your value, you are strengthening your position in the organization, in the team. Reputation is built in layers. You have done this good work, you have shown it here. This is what it did to the business. What you're doing is that you are strengthening your position as a person of value within the team, within the business. And so again, the formula is results plus visibility plus credibility equal to positioning power. And I said that your work alone is not evidence, it's not self-evident. Visibility is you strategically communicating your work. Then you are compounding that credibility by constantly showing value to be able to strengthen your position. Next slide. Now we're talking about block 3 here now. The link between what you deliver and how you are known. Results. What did you do? Impacts. Why it mattered. Narrative. The story that sticks. This is an example here. Say, for instance, you are an onboarding executive. You onboard new clients. It's your job to onboard new clients. Anybody can onboard new clients, right? As basic as onboarding new clients, your basic JD is, and I hope you know that performing the job on your JD doesn't make you a performer. I'll come back to that later. What is the impact? You reduce onboarding time by 40%, thereby increasing client satisfaction scores by 22%. If you show this to any managing director, to any business who client satisfaction is one of their major goals and major KPI, trust me, you will get a pat on your back. Now, what have you done? You have managed to onboard 12 new clients for last quarter. Now, why that could be as a performer, you are not just living as I performed, I've done it. I mean, they told me to onboard 10, I did 12, so I'm good. No, you are not leaving it at that. You are showing your impact. You are communicating your impact. Meaning, I reduced onboarding time by 40%, and that translated to me ensuring that our client satisfaction scores increased by 22%. The narrative you build is that I built systems that make growth was sustainable. Clients feel it from day one. See, there's no board, there's no MD you will share this impact with that will not give you a pat on your back. What am I saying to you? This is an example of strategically communicating performance. I'm not just saying, oh, I finished, I onboarded 12 clients last quarter. Good. But what impact does it make to the business? And how do you put the story? How do you tell the story? Next slide. Block 3. Visibility without consistency builds no lasting credibility. Presence. Your MD has told every time your manager says, oh, Nelson, do this presentation. Oh, sir, can someone else do it? Or you're that person in the team that, don't worry, I'm going to prepare the presentation for you, right? But I don't want to be in the room. Just go and present it. You are shortchanging yourself that way. Show up where the decisions are made. Be known in rooms that matter. I don't say show up uninvited. I'm not saying just come and make noise. No. When you are in rooms that matter, show up with your true, authentic self. Make your contribution visible. Like example I gave you. Be tactical with it. There must be a pattern after your presence. You consistently deliver and build trust. It's not a one-off thing. You're not ticking a box. You are consistently and repeatedly putting your message in a way that creates positioning. Like the example I gave earlier, if they say, oh, who in this business can we give our HNI clients? Or who in this business can we give this particular number of clients to be sure that, yes, we're sure of client satisfaction? They will know that when you talk of client satisfaction in this business, Nelson is that go-to person. That's because you have consistently delivered that result. You have consistently put the messaging together, right? A pattern separates reputation from luck. So nobody says, oh, it was a one-off thing for him. He just did one-off and that was it. But when you consistently deliver, you are building lasting credibility. Now prove, document and articulate your wins. See, I say to people, from the day you join a business, have a brag sheet. This was what I did on so day. This was the report I submitted. This was the feedback. Oh, this report was shared on the board level, and this feedback to the business. This report I prepared gave us XYZ investment. Document it. So by the time you are called upon to defend what you do, you have enough evidence. Document your wins and articulate it whenever and wherever you are called upon to articulate it. Quantify your impact where possible. Don't just tell stories. Put them in figures, in numbers, in data. As in my last example, reduce so by 40%, thereby increasing so by 22%. Quantify it where needed. Put them in terms of numbers. Oh, by my reason of changing this particular process, it saved the business $2 million per month. Quantify it. That is what business people, that's what people who make decisions want to hear. Don't just tell so I save money for the business. How much did you save? And what if that amount you have saved represents a huge percentage in the balance sheet? Specify it. By saving 2 million naira per month, I have helped to reduce company OPEX by 10%. Those are the things you want to speak in rooms that matter. So quantify your impact where possible. Tie your impact, tie your work to numbers, to percentages, to data, to things that people want to listen and say, oh, who is this guy? Let your evidence do the heavy lifting. Don't do cho at work. Don't be nobody in this office. I'm the one doing the job. In fact, everybody that's come to this department, I'm the one that trained them. In fact, they will bring somebody today, and that is why you will train them and you will not grow. They will bring people today. I'm the one training them. Why? If they think that you are worth that room, or if you have positioned yourself as that you are worth that room, in most cases you'd have gotten it. And that's because you are not, excuse me, you are not putting the evidence on the table. Rather, you're just doing heavy lifting without doing anything towards your visibility. And so, presence, pattern, and proof. Visibility without consistency builds no lasting credibility. My fourth block. We all are aware, or let me assume that most of us in this room know what we call the STAR model, right? But I've included a V here to the STAR model because it's easy for us to say, oh, this was the situation, this was the tax, this action, this was the results. What value did your action and results put in the business and the bottom line? So using the STAR approach to communicate your impacts, right, makes sense. And so this is the framework I would like everyone, if you're not aware, to put down. What was the situation? What is the tax? What action did you do? Meaning, what was required of you? What did you do specifically? What is the measurable outcome? And why does it matter beyond the moment? Look at this example. The V transforms, right, a story from the past into a signal about your future value. If not, you're just recounting history. With the value bit in this, you are building a case for why you belong in the bigger room. I give an example when I was on the last slide to say, put your evidences in numbers that matters. That is exactly what the value is to the business. It is why does it matter to the bottom line? Ensure that you are communicating that clearly. The situation was that there have been issues with customer acquisition. Customers come on board and in 2 days they're tired, they need to send feedback, and some of them are off-boarded or they just leave after 1 month. The task for me was to turn that around. Now, what was my action? I was able to establish one rapport with them, checking with them every week, solve their problem by so. The result was that I was not able to increase the percentage by XYZ and then reduce their increased price satisfaction to this percentage. And The value to that is we now have more high-paying customers remaining in the business. Communicate it using a star V approach. Again, I say adding value or communicating your value is you not just recounting history, but you are communicating why you belong in bigger rooms. As I wrap up, this is how these 4 blocks connect into one system. Performance, results that matters. Visibility, ensuring that your results are seen. Credibility, sustained consistency. Positioning, known for what matters the most, not just for being busy. The foundation is high quality work and consistent delivery. High quality work, consistent delivery, and ensure that you are communicating strategically to rooms that matter. How then do you turn this insight that I just shared, albeit briefly, into a 7-day action plan? Number 1, audit your results. List 3 of your wins from the last 90 days. Write the impact to which they matter. Write the impact, right, with numbers and 1 sentence of narrative. Map your presence. Identify 2 spaces where the right people could see your work. Identify where they are. And plan to give at least 1 contribution to each of those spaces. Number 5, day 5 to day 6, build your Star-V model. Craft a 1 full Star-V story, like I shared earlier, around your strongest recent results. Practice delivering this in under 90 seconds. No talk, no long talk, no ambiguous conversation. This was the situation, this was the task, this was the action, this was the result, and this is the value that gave. The 7, share these results or insights in 1 professional space, team briefing, written updates, or even a LinkedIn post. Ensure that you're constantly demonstrating what value you put to any business or to any space that you belong. As I wrap up, your work deserves to be seen. Visibility is not vanity. The Bible says, will a man light up a lamp, and put under a bushel? Visibility is not vanity. It is stewardship. As Christian professionals, we are called to a life of stewardship, to steward the gifts, to steward that knowledge, that wisdom that God has given to us. And stewardship we must do. When you are seen, then you can be called to serve at a higher level. Remember the parable of the 10 servants. They went ahead to make use of the 10 talents, I meant to say. The ones that got the talents went ahead to put their talents to use. It doesn't matter if you have 1 talent. It will be foolish of you to keep that talent and not make use of it. Visibility is not vanity. It is stewardship. In summary, performance plus visibility plus credibility plus positioning is your visibility architecture. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
Awesome. I don't know if you see here, but that was great. Okay, I think at this time, just too much. As in, my head was just what's even that one? Like, my head was just busting. Let me just was just busting. Thank you very, very much. As in, it was just busting our brain. There was too much value. Personally, I even learned a new thing. It's not just about the star, the star, what's this thing called again? Star, STAR, right? There is even look at that. A lot of us, we know that, yes, we use that star framework to communicate the value of what you've done, maybe during interviewing, during especially during interview or promotional, interview, or maybe new job interviews and the rest of things. You get a lot of recruiters, a lot of HR tell you about the star, tell you about, some you use CASALs and the rest of different framework. But just saying that V plus that star makes a lot of more sense. Because at the end of the day, your results can either be valuable or not. There are so many things that people do that you're like, okay, tell me about a time you've done this, tell me about a time you did that, but the result did not actually have a huge impact on the business. So you should be able to talk about the result that has a lot of value to your life, to your career, to your business. Thank you. I know you can see everybody should have one or two insight, but my brain was, I don't know, sir. Is busted correct?
You know, I called him a
My brain
doctor
was
earlier.
busted.
I need to call him Dr. V, Doctor for Value, Doctor for Numbers. I really liked
I'm saying,
the way he just put it. Yes. And I
very much.
yes, I really appreciated the 7 actionable points that you gave to us that we need to implement, right? Being able to audit our results. So I hope everyone took a screenshot or wrote some notes down or go watch this video again. This is something that we can use to turn our insights into action, just as Dominic has mentioned to us today, right? Being able to audit your results, being able to map your presence, build that your star V, and then one strategic share. I love how he said it. Make it short, simple, you know, within a few seconds, be able to talk about the value that you bring into any space. And I really liked the part that he mentioned about visibility is not vanity. I think for a lot of us, we're in spaces where the Lord is starting to put us out there, right? We talked about like positioning, posture, and being having the platforms. And sometimes you're like, if I share this, will somebody now say, this person is doing too much? Like today now, like I have an outreach coming up shortly, and if I go put things out there, they say, why are you showing this? You know, like, do we need to see what you're doing? So I really liked that, just encouraging us that it's okay to share what you're doing. It's to encourage others and show the numbers, like this is the value you've brought into spaces. How is everyone feeling? Yes, okay, says it was so beautiful and educative. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Maria says, good evening. It's great to know it's being recorded. I would love to be able to listen to the lectures afterwards. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you, Maria. You can always listen again. Okay, Bukala says screenshots, chakam. Yes. Ola says refreshing. Yes, it was such an refreshing session. Yes. So if you have questions for Dominic, please share them with us. That was, I can't believe this day is over. It
I
feels
do
like I
have a
love
question.
more.
I do have a question. Personally, I do have a question, and I think I have to ask a question because this is not a
Yes.
time where you start like, oh, I'm a business coach. I'll pull that on the side. Like, just put that on the side first. I have a
Okay.
question. So my question is this: I was recently reading the 48th law of power, right? And the number one says, "Do not outshine your boss." I don't know if we've all read that. That's a very, that was written like in the 18th, me, I see it like an 18th century book, right? But the number one says it's still a book that, still offers a lot of values. But number one says, do not outshine your voice. And if we're talking about visibility, there was a formula that you gave to me that you gave to us, not just me. See the way I'm personalizing the old stuff that you gave to us that was very powerful. Your results plus visibility plus credibility is your positioning power. And we have this, wild spread, wild known law that a lot of people are following of do not outshine your master. And if we're talking about outshining, it means you're talking about you being visible, your work being visible, people reckon with what the excellency that you produce. And I've been in a situation whereby my boss gets threatened, like Florence, I do nothing short of excellence. If your how's my core value, excellence is the first one. I even used to say it's a pie, like a passion, integrity, and excellence. Excellence has always been a core value for me. And it shows in everything I do. And you get to work with people, there was a question about someone saying does not want to be tagged as a wicked boss and the rest of things. But you got to work with people that becomes threatened of your excellence aura. So now visibility being a strategic communication. How do you manage? Me, I want to outshine my boss. So how do you manage outshining at the same time diplomatically? I don't have a boss now yet again, but you understand what I'm saying. This might be a question for every other person. Like diplomatically, still, managing the political affairs of the workspace. of the workplace. I think that's my question.
Ladi, sorry, I said Ladi, Florence.
No, it's fine. It's
I've known you as Ladi since forever, right? So Florence, I was going to say my storytelling till tomorrow on the panel. So I think that you're only preempting me.
You are not coming tomorrow. You see what you are missing.
And I will just try, right? Because what you've just asked is very practical. Very practical. And I've got two stories on top of my head. First, let me say that I tell professionals who read that book for Tears of Power to be very careful, especially if you're a Christian, right? When you read that book, you must be careful to be able to sieve out what you need and what is purely manipulative. Now, that book can be very manipulative. It can put you in trouble in the business space if you're not careful, right? So I say that so people don't say, oh, Ladi for Power, and go and read it. You may not, you can't be a Ladi, you can't be a Florence, right? Now, let me come back. I had a boss. This was in 2020, and I've shared this story in places so I can share it, right? I joined the business, and I came in. I didn't read the room. I didn't know that my head of HR at the time and the MD were not cool. My MD saw a fresh blood, a fresh guy who seemed to have sense, and would send me emails with my boss in copy. And me, I'm like, my boss is in copy, so I'm not hiding anything. And I'm responding to the MD. My boss is saying, oh, dear Nelson, get on this for me. MD is saying that, and I'm responding, I'm getting on things for the MD, thereby signing my boss. I was foolish. Now, I wouldn't say I was, oh, yes, I was not shining. Because this was an organization that has a global structure, meaning I had a CHRO who my boss reports to. So the MD only had country power, but didn't have the global power, right? My boss had the global power because she had the global backing of the global boss, which is my boss who sits in Denmark. So understanding political and things work in organization is one thing you must understand once you set yourself into get into any business. It will send me things I'll keep doing. MD thinks I'm a great guy. My business leaders in Nigeria feels I'm a great guy. They see my work, they see my quality. For performance review, my manager says, Nelson, go on a PIP. If you don't know what PIP means, performance improvement plan, meaning you're not doing anything. So, and once you're on a PIP for one time, second time, the third time you're out of the system. For some organizations, it's just one time. PIP. Okay, I say, okay, fine. What do you want me to go on PIP on? And she picks things like, oh, attention to detail, things that have nothing to do with the technical, some very flimsy things. And she documented it. What's happening here? I mean, the PIP ended, she says, oh, I need to extend your PIP. That was when it dawned on me that, okay, at this point, I almost mentioned them. At this point, MD cannot save you. So what did I do? I invited my boss to lunch at a hotel. We sat over a dinner, buffet dinner. And I said, please, what did I do to you? Like, I didn't go, I went as humble can be. Right? And then she goes, never outshine your master. That you came in, you thought you were the star boy. You want me to lose my job? You will be out before I lose my job. This was an outside the office conversation over dinner in Okeote here in Lagos. And I asked, what did I do? And she mentioned instances where I made her look bad before the MD. I felt like I was a great guy. I was trying to outshine her and all of that. I apologized. I begged her and we left. After that, I got to the office, and for everything I did, I said, oh, dear MD, kindly find and attach this report as reviewed by Emma. Oh, sorry, I mentioned him. As reviewed by my boss. My boss' contribution to this particular report is highly significant. So I ensured that for everything I did going forward, in as far as I was the one doing it, I ensured that I was projecting her. What did that do in return? She began to feel happy. So when people come to me now, I direct them to her, even though I'm the one that will not do it at the end of the day. And she goes, oh, Nelson, I'm about to jump on this. I know I will jump on it before. right? What I've done was to re-empower her in so much that when she was leaving the business, I became the controller of HR, controller of HR. Now imagine I didn't have that wisdom. I didn't learn on time. The same person who put me on PIP gave me a 95% in the next review cycle. You're coming from a PIP to 95%. You can't. And these things happen in the workplace. Another example is I know of a friend who currently works with Ford in the UK. He called me recently and he goes, "Oh, that he's been meeting directors, they've been saying things to him and all of that." And then one of the directors came to him to say, "We are nominating you for an award. Your manager doesn't know yet." And he says, that should it? I said, "Go and tell your manager. In fact, tell him to say, oh, my manager, sir, I appreciate your nominating me for this award, even though you did not nominate you." So you don't get to the award ceremony and he's wondering what's happening here. So you and the director over him as manipulate. Don't do that. So what I'm saying is shine, but at the same time, understand the political environment that you are, understand your leaders, right? Give credit to some kind of leaders to save your head, but just make sure that you are communicating your values in your room that matters without making your leaders or managers feel less. But in cases where your leaders and managers still want to some people just want to be outrightly foolish, right? Then, in fact, during my instance with my manager at the time, I asked for a meeting with my manager's manager, which is the chief HR, was in Denmark at the time. And he says to me, "Nelson, if Emma says you're on PIP, you're on PIP. There's a reason she's a leader there. I hear you. I've spoken to Deji. Deji thinks you're a great guy. But Emma is your leader. Emma is your manager. So whatever she says, what I'm going to support." You will be shocked that especially if you work in global organizations, right? They don't joke with that manager hierarchy. So when you think that you are massaging the ego of some senior leaders and you are trying to outshine your master, which is your manager, some leaders now, when push comes to shove, trust me, the same people you are trying to massage their ego and make feel good will still follow the hierarchy thing for you. So a lot of wisdom needs to apply.
Wow. Right, absolutely. Wisdom is profitable to direct. Thank you so much for that. We've gotten so many comments since you started speaking, so we would like to try to get some of those questions answered. Mrs. Florence, how much time do we have for these questions? I cannot hear you, please.
You're muted, Florence.
You're muted. You're muted. Sorry.
Okay, I said that this is a very practical, practical issue that affects everyone from career to business to even ministry, right? So I would rather allow us to use this time even as the clarity lab. You understand?
Okay.
Instead of me going through the clarity workshop, don't worry. Anybody wants to go through my clarity workshop, Yoko will tell you more about it. I will tell you more about it. It's a law. We'll go. We can hold that because this affects a number of people. Some people come and tell me, Florence, how do I become more influential? How do I gain access? How do I gain clarity? How do I get promoted? There's a lot of questions around that. And if we have a lot of questions that needs to be answered in this room, I would rather entertain that today. So please proceed.
Okay.
And we can still take more questions for other speakers if they are here, if the questions come up too.
Okay, thank you so much. Just acknowledging some of our YouTube members. Ajuma did say, "I appreciate every session discussed here. Thank you so much for inviting me. I've learned a lot. Thank you so much." Thank you, ma'am. All right. And she mentioned I was actually taught in my MBA class never to outshine my boss, BSN.
Yep.
All right. So Sheikh Papi, Mr. Paul has a question for you, Dominic. He says, what's the thin line between visibility and show off? So if we could answer those questions in a few minutes, because there are more questions coming your way, sir.
You see, show off is a very deadly place to be because people would know when you're showing off. It's clear, right? Show off is just pride. It's not humility, right? The difference is humility. And you know. I think most time people ask these questions, it's not for themselves. Because if you are sincere enough, you know, okay, this time I'm doing, I want to be visible. I'm not sure I'm proper. They ask this question when there's probably somebody in their team who they feel, oh, God, you own self too much. Is it only you? He's showing off his eye service. But that person in your team, mark that person's trajectory. You are growing year on year. You're growing year on year. What you call show off and eye service. But for you, the thin line should be the heart posture. I mean, I believe I'm talking to Christians in this conversation, right? Your heart posture from time to time. Pride will go before a fall. No matter how great you are, if you have a haughty spirit, if you have pride, you will fall. You will fall, no matter how the height you climb, right? But as a Christian, you know that your heart posture must always be that heart of humility. And that's why I said in my presentation that this thing is not vanity. You are not keeping you're not lighting your own lamp, right? And going ahead to quench other people's lamp. When you're not lighting your lamp is so much that you say, you know what, I'm going to light my lamp, I'm going to bring lamp, so it's so much that no other lamp will shine. That's the difference between show off and visibility. It is, I'm lighting my lamp, I'm putting it in a place where it's brighten whatever dark corner around me, right? Why the other person can shine their shine if they want to shine, right? Nothing stops them. And that's just where I can explain it, to be honest, without having to sound plenty English.
I think I can
Alright.
add to that. I can add to
Go
that.
ahead.
It's the thin line between visibility and show. I know Dominic talked about pride and arrogance. You know it. You know when you are influential because of your works, and you know when you're being prideful about it. I'll give a quick story. There was this lady that I'll say she actually told me to even mentor her, like, oh, Florence, can you be my mentor? And I was like, definitely not. And that was the very first instance of me seeing when they say never outshine your boss, because she didn't even try to outshine me, she backstabbed me. That was just it. You know, in her home place of trying to outshine, she was backstabbing. So she'll go to the bosses and say bad things about, you know, the mentor that she just asked of and so. But the thin line, when we say thin line between visibility and show off, is just, you know it. You know when you are showing off. You know when you are being prideful. You know when you're being arrogant. You know when it's like, oh, I'm the only one. When, you know, they say it's just like the rich fool in the Bible, right? Oh, let my soul rest. I look at the entire, look at the entire field, look at the entire flocks, look at all the things I have. You know it. When it's becoming me, you already get to, I am the only one that can do this. I am the only one. Without me, even my boss can do nothing. At that point, it's not about visibility, because it's going to crumble. Whatever you think you're building, you're already building on the foundation of pride. And even the Bible itself says that 6 things to our 8, 7 are deadly. Number 1 is the pride look. That's the number one. Just not the number one is pride look, and that is even what makes the devil the most angelic. If I'm permitted to use that word, made him fall. So if we're talking about being visible is you telling your work, showcasing the value of your work without being prideful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for adding on to that question. Okay, so moving to the next question. Here, Okoye, says, please, sir, how do we manage difficult workers, employees that are very talented in the job, as in very good, but are very reckless? Please, I need a very practical answer, sir.
When we say reckless, what do we mean?
Okay,
Right?
can you add more context? Go ahead, sir.
I mean,
please feel free to use your microphone.
I mean, yeah.
Yes, yeah, you can unmute and also ask questions. Thank you.
Yeah, because when we say reckless, right? I mean, if the person gets to speak, I probably will give more context. But if I want to answer based on what the person has written, right, talent is not enough. See, I've managed people for the past 12 years, head of HR, for quite a bit. And I'll tell you that talent is not enough. Especially when you have talents who would diffuse your culture. Especially when you have talents who would come into a team and because they think they are good at the best of sliced bread, they crumble the system, right? Okay, I'm in Nigeria. I just took my power, but it's fine. You can still hear me. All right. So what I'm saying is, in cases where you have employees who are reckless, they don't care, they just come to work, go leave when they can, and tell you I've developed my report and go. If that's not the kind of culture you're building, call them to order. Understand if it's something you can train for. If it's not something you can train for, let them go. I'm a strong believer of hire slow, fire fast. Because you see, culture is what you allow. Culture is not what you say. Culture is not what you write on your walls in the office. Culture is that behavior that you allow to grow. It becomes the way of life in your organization. So it doesn't matter who the person is, right? As long as the person is refusing to adjust, the person is not changing, the person is doing something against what we have defined, right, as our modus operandi, as our values, as our mission statement, and they pride in the fact that without me, you can't do anything. I'd rather hire an intern to learn from me in 6 months time. After they've learned from me, I send you away, right? Because what I'm doing is that if I wait for you to replicate yourself in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because when people see that, oh, Nelson cannot talk to this person because the person is performing, and next person picks at the behavior. You then have a system where you can no longer control, or where things can no longer work fine anymore. So for me, can they be corrected? If yes, go ahead, correct them. Can they be trained? Yes. There are several transformational projects that you can do, to correct behaviors. Ensure that you have done all of that. But in the case where you have done all of that and the employee in question is still refusing to adjust because they feel like they're the best thing after sliced bread, please let them go.
All right. Thank you so much for
I
that.
think I would also like to add to that because difficult workers, there are different categories of difficult workers. There are some difficult workers that, they are talented, just like Dominic just said. They're talented, they're good, but they do not harm the culture. They are probably difficult because they want to get things, maybe specifically their own type of way. Some people you hear, like I have had a client tell me, I hired these people because of the experiences they had in other companies. But when they come here, they still want to do things the way, that's the way I did it there. And that's the only way I believe it's going to work without wanting to change. That means they're not trying to replicate the culture that has been set. They are still used to the other culture. Maybe not so much done. Maybe not so much done to the organization culture. Dr. Adiola talked about culture. She talked about culture and how much it's very important to ensure that the culture that you have in the organization is what you want, is what's going to help you grow. So if it doesn't harm the culture, maybe you can still work with it. But as a business owner, you must have your own non-negotiable. I think we talked about that yesterday. If talk about you having your non-negotiable in terms of your value, your core values, your kingdom values. I'm going to bring that in place again. So have your non-negotiable. What are your non-negotiable? What are the things that you cannot part with? What are the things that you cannot accept? What are the things that you never take? So define what your non-negotiable for. So for instance, if you're like, I'm not going to take a rude employee, for instance. I've been in rooms, I've been in an organization where you say the CEO and the VP, they are blowing themselves. In America, this is not even America, this is not even Nigeria. In America, I have seen it, and yet everything continues. Like nothing happened. Of course, everybody will say someone is being a different.
Florence. So the day head of HR slaps head of finance, what would the VP say?
All right, thank you so much. Let me pause this for now.
I'm driving a point.
Okay.
So your non-negotiable, having your non-negotiable really matters. You know what you can accept, you know what you can accept. So wherever you have to protect, just the way the Bible tells us to guide our hearts diligently, you also have to protect your non-negotiables. Protect your business, protect your culture, protect the value, the result. You know, if your customers get to hear about this, it's going to harm the business, it's going to harm the operations. Or if other employees are beginning to talk, you know, biases, favoritism, nepotisms, then you know that you have to do something. And I like to say something: learn to hire right, right? Hire right. But at the same time, learn to fire right and fire as soon as possible. Oh my
Sorry.
gosh.
Better to
I'm
fire
sorry.
early than having
Oh yeah.
them
But also
wasting
fire
your, yeah, early.
exactly. A lot of us do with family businesses, right? Actually, in Nigeria, me myself too, I'm a family business woman. You get, you know, in Nigeria, we do family businesses. But if you have not put in place guide rails,
Yeah.
you know, the number one thing is my sister-in-law is there, right? She works with me. Number one thing she knows is that family affairs is different from business affairs.
Exactly.
Oh, job titles is different from my sister. Sorry, she's here. My sister-in-law at home, but in the business there is no titles. You understand? So learn to put guidelines, because that's one of the issue that organize or business, you know, small business owners have. Like, oh, she's my sister. I what I want to say, but yet she's destroying the culture. There's a lot. I'm just trying to make it. You know, she said practical answer, so I'm trying to give you more practical answer as much as possible. I think at this point you can come and join our clarity workshop. Right, we'll be having another one in April, because these are some of the questions. These are some of the problems, challenges that we tackle just because of our time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, let's send our emojis out. Thank you. Okay, we do have 2 more questions and we're trying to round up. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience. And this is still part of the workshop schedule that we have. So we're doing this Q&A for the workshop session. So thank you for everyone for still being here with us. Trust that you're learning and gaining a lot. So we do have another question for Toluokpe says she's super pumped. Yes. Keep the comments coming and the questions. We have a question from Ola. He says, how do we track and showcase performance value in an organization where there's no room to do that, especially in a small organization of about 10 to 50 employees, and there is no room for performance review or presentation? So how do we track and showcase performance value?
So I like this question this person has asked, right? The answer is simply in the slide I presented, right? Because I mean, small businesses sustain our economy, whether we like it or not, right? They put food on our table. Some of us will definitely start from small businesses, right, to get things moving for us and perform our best there. And so, yes, you work in a place, 20 to 50 employees, do performance review, but ask yourself, my job role, what value does it translate to the business? Now, who in the business does that value matter to? Is it the MD? Is it my manager? There should be someone in the business that value. What exactly? What is the business about? What do they even want to do? Where exactly are they going to? And how would my role help the business? How would the result I am doing translate to value for the business in this area that the business has as a goal? So if, for instance, the business say they want to retain 70% of their clients, or they want to make their one-time client, I mean, everybody, either you are doing service or you're doing products, right? Or they want to make their one-time style, what they call it now, clients, become returning clients. If that's the goal for the business, then you should be saying to yourself, if you as a client service person or customer service person, the business has this goal, what do I need to do, even though my manager has not told me to do it, that would ensure that this goal is met? And how am I tracking what percentage of my first-time clients are returning clients? It is you is the one who wants to track performance that will drop your metrics yourself. Not wait for that metrics. You already know what the goal is for the business. Retain or get first-time client as a returning client. That's the goal the business wants to meet. Your own metrics to ensure that is to put in systems, structure, whatever it is, to make them come back, and then measure it. What percentage of my one-time clients come back? Even if it's as small as 10%. Find a way to, when you have team meetings, Don't just say, sir, five people came back that came before that came as first time. No. What percentage does those 5 people translate? And now are you rubbing it in the MD's face to say, we had this goal, sir. 5% of our starting time came. That means we're on the right track, ensuring that we increase the percentage of our first-time client to become returning clients. You are now the one owning the room, drafting that metrics, defining it, and communicating it. See, if I'm that one-man business guy and you are saying this to me, these numbers, trust me, it's you I'll be calling. Tell me, okay, when I have this kind of headache, I'm calling, come and sit by my side here. Tell me, how do we do this? How do we do this? So you don't need to be in a system that has performance management, right? Structure. You define the metrics based off your understanding of where the business is going in the direction, and ensure that you are constantly communicating to the person that value matters to, not just to anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So measure your performance, and it's also in alignment to what you mentioned during your speaking session earlier, tracking it and then being able to show them. All right. Thank you so much. All right. So we have one more question here. It says social media validation also helps to show your work. Do you downplay the effect of the media? Say social media validation also helps to show your work. Do you downplay the effect of social media?
I don't downplay it, but let me choose my words here. I don't downplay it, right? But I don't rate it. It is great. I mean, recently I put on my status to say, I have an MBA by God's grace, an MBA in HR. I also have the SHRM SCP certification, which arguably is the #1 HR certification globally, right? Arguably. But aside from my LinkedIn profile, you won't see it anywhere else. You won't see it anywhere else. And it's just on my profile. And that's because I've seen that in this part of the world, there's so much crave and craze for social media validation. People want to just post things. You see somebody who finished school last year, right? And it's already kind of tied to CEO. No experience, nothing. Just come on LinkedIn and begin to throw titles around. You go on ChatGPT and just create a scenario and come and put on LinkedIn and say, I saw my dog, one dog, I bought. No, now. Use social media, right? I mean, there are people, look at DDK, for instance. I would always say that substance is the first thing to pursue. And also, see, when you have the substance, when you then come on social media, it is easy. I know the funny thing, even when you don't have the substance, you come and start making on social media, people know. You may gain the followers, but trust me, most of the followers are as gullible as you are. People that matter only connect with credibility and substance. But you see, the social media validation and craze are just catch people away, right? I made them believe that, they are doing what is great, and when they are not doing anything. So for me, I believe social media would help you, right, in being visible. But I'm only saying, get it right. Get the substance first. Then let the substance be the foundation with which you ride and build your social media presence, whether on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter. Do not just be that person just come and tweet anything, right? Have the substance, have something to stand on. When you have that substance, social media. But when you don't have the substance, you want to come and start making noise every day, you'll be exposed very quickly.
Moderator, will you allow me some time to add to that?
Yes, ma. 2 minutes.
Okay, to me. Okay, so I'm also going to say this because this is becoming a disease.
Yeah.
People will say, I've heard people say, oh, LinkedIn is exaggerated. You go on LinkedIn, everyone is a founder, everyone is a CEO, everyone is in suit, and sometimes you even begin to feel like a failure. Fake life everywhere. Exactly. You begin to feel like a failure, forgetting that what the work you're actually doing also matters. You see, the moment you start comparing yourself, I know we're talking about social media, but the moment you start comparing yourself with the successes of other persons, that's the first stage of failure. I'm not saying you cannot study successful men. I'm not saying you cannot, look into what's this person doing right, what framework are they using, what are they doing right. I'm not saying all those things, but I use the word comparison because even we have the adage that is the thief of joy, right? But that's not even where I'm going to. A lot of time, like I was recently in a I might think we had a collaboration with one of my business mentors, and everybody on that group were either CEO, they were founder, and the day I saw some of them, I'm like, oh, you only just 23 years old, hold on, that age me. If you don't understand Yoruba, I say this person cannot be more than 23 years old. What are you founding? What are you co-founding? You that you have not even put your life together. I'm not saying that it's not possible because we have 19 years old, teenagers that are doing exploits. But from conversation, interactions, you know if this person has the substance. Let me use that word that Dominic Nelson just used. Substance. Yesterday, we talked about preparation before manifestation. There's a time of building before there was a time of showcasing. You build the foundation before you build the building, before you now put on the roof. But a lot of us is the roof. No, it's not even the roof. The beautification of the house. I have a vision. I have a dream. Oh, I'm going to build a beautiful house. So you develop the blueprints. You have not built the house, but you begin to showcase the blueprints of this is the house I'm living in. It does not exist. So why social media is good is I see it as a tool, is a tool to showcase your work, your value, but it is not the tool of which your value is dependent on. I'll say that again. It's a tool to showcase your value. You go to social media, you show them all the great and mighty works that you've done, but that is not it all. That is not it all. It's just there's so much that has been put in ground, has been put in place before the results actually comes out. You see that star V. As I say, I like that star V so much. It's not about the end, is not the R. Sometimes the journey is worthwhile than the end. But most people, what they are only showing us is the how without the V, the results without the value. And they forget about that there is yesterday we're talking about I talked about the 3 Ps. There's a posture, or let's say there's a positioning or the process, then the positioning before the platform. But some of us, we just want the platform. So I would say, I'm not saying we shouldn't use social media to our own advantage, right? Use it as a tool, but your entire value is not dependent on it. So share your value, share your goals, as comfortable as you are, but never stop developing and investing in yourself. Okay, moderator, I know that was 1 or 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Okay. All right. So that was a great one. That's something my husband and I were talking about yesterday, just the idea of you can see people, they have such influence, impact. You're like, I want this person to be my mentor, to coach me. Sometimes you go on their social media, they don't have millions of followers or even thousands, and it doesn't mean you should look down on them because there's so much that they have businesses, they have companies. So let's not let that influence our decisions in being able to associate or network with certain people as well. Once we have the growth, once we've built our systems, our structure, that visibility will come naturally by God's grace. But don't go chasing after that first. Yes, this was a wonderful session. I was blessed. I trust that you all were. Let's give a round of applause for Dominic Nelson. Thank you so much for staying with us even until this time, for answering the Q&A session. Yes, if you're still with us, send your shout outs. Give me 1 or 2 words that really stood out to you today from all the sessions. as we start to round up, yes, Yinka says thumbs up. Benedict Okoye said thanks. Yes, Temitope is thanking everyone. Yes, Tolulokpe. Yes, please bring all your shout outs and your thank yous to the conveners, to all the speakers. Should I be asking who was your favorite speaker or what words did you get? Because everyone was right from the
all are
opening.
amazing, and they've come. So let me say this. Let me say this. All the speakers that we all had for the entire conference are selectively curated because everyone has different needs. Some are business, some of our audiences are business professionals, some of our audiences are C-suite leaders, some are small business owners, and some are just career professionals. And I even found that some students even found their way, into the mix, which is highly, so we had our speakers selectively curated for our audience need. So you can, succession plan. Trust me, there's a lot of questions around succession plan, but because of time, we didn't want to go into it. Succession plan. How many business owners in Nigeria actually have succession plan in place? Some people don't even want to even learn what it is. So there's a lot of questions around management. There's a lot of questions around leadership, and a lot of questions around governance. And tomorrow, day 3, we'll be diving deep into just two, governance and leadership, governance and people development. And if you can join us tomorrow at Okota, the Shelter Center, I'll say you don't want to miss it, because this is the time where you can ask your questions. You are seeing the speakers seated face to face. Don't worry, there's an entire 1 hour for you to ask questions for each panel. There's a lot around, yesterday we talked about spiritual accountability, right? We talked about inner transformation. Today we're looking more into the architecture of clarity itself, clarity and execution. I'm supposed to give my closing speech at this point, but what you said is there may just be, there's some informations that you gather that you might not actually put in place right now. But in the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years, this information will come back to you and like, oh, I was once in a room, we talked about developing my culture. We talked about developing my accountability system. We talked about how I can develop a business that will outlive me. And these conversations do not come cheaply. If I were to, put Dominic in the room with world leaders, I know the amount of check is going to be cut there. We have Toby is from Dubai, so talking about global market, she knows what she's saying. We'll have another speaker that came right from the United States just for how you can develop your organization. So our speakers are selectively curated just for the needs of every of our audience. So it's a top-bottom ratio, but none was neglected. So at this note, I don't think I should say so much again, but you all can just put in the chat, one word, like how this entire session from yesterday to today has been for you, because it was fire. It was amazing. It is great. It is I think I'm lost of words right now, because it's a great one. Refreshing, yeah. It's refreshing. I'm saying it's refreshing. Yeah. So please, tomorrow is going to be live and direct. You get to see this Florence that Dominic is calling Lade. You get to see that's growth, anyways. So you get to see a lot of our speakers in person. It's an amazing time. Thank you for the opportunity to learn online and grow. Thank you for joining us, Temitope. It's enlightening. Thank you to our moderator. You did absolutely great. Thank you for holding the conversation. Thank you to all our speakers from Mr. Ola. Thank you for that amazing words and influence and access. To Toby, I know she's probably not on the call anymore. She talked about the global market. She talked about how you can develop yourself. She talked about visibility as a communication, which Dominic also emphasized. Thank you to Mrs. Oluranti. Oh my God, that breakdown of governance is equals to stewardship. It's really resonated with me. Thank you very much also to Dr. Agbato. Oh my God. I know people say, Florence, where did you find all these people? These are people that I didn't even look, I didn't even go far. They were in my corner already. You know, that's why you say your cycle, your network, is your network. I didn't go far at all. Maybe next year we'll go far, we'll go farther, right? But this year we said let's bring it home from those that we already know that are shaping the voice in different industries. Thank you very much to, I'm going to use the word my brother right now, Dominic Nelson. It's been a while. I can't remember the last time I saw it. I think the last time I saw it was probably like 2018 when I was doing my master's and just was wrapping up his MBA. At that time, I want to say thank you very much for honoring our request. It's amazing. I've listened to so many of your, your talks, and having you here, and it wasn't disappointing at all. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you very much to our moderator, Iyekon Luale. I don't know, she's a lot. She's a woman of many hats, but I won't mention her today. But thank you very much for holding the room. I really want to say thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stella. Thank you to, in fact, don't let me mention this, but thank you to every single of our audience, from YouTube to Zoom. I know we had a little, issue with passcodes and stuff around that, but tomorrow we'll be streaming live on YouTube. So I want us to follow our YouTube. So if you are, also join us physically, but in case you're in the States like Iyekon is, and she cannot travel down, even though she promised me to come down, but she could not come down to the United States. But and you want to join us tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be starting 9 a.m. The red carpet starts 9 a.m. West African time. So if you're in the Central time, that's 3 a.m. Don't worry, just join us. You can do the VJ with us. We do VJ now, pray. So join us 3 a.m. Up down to 4-5. We plan to close early, but I'm anticipating a lot of questions because we have panels, and we also have the Kingdom Cycle that allows the audience to actually ask a question in regards to 6 pillars. Tomorrow you get to see that. So we'll be checking our YouTube to ensure that we're also taking the questions. So please, I just put in the YouTube channel, follow our YouTube. No, subscribe. Okay, subscribe to our YouTube channel so that you can know when we go live. And we also have the Kingdom Builders in the Marketplace Network that we just started to create, because this is the medium version of this, and we are going to be having this. I was going to announce this tomorrow, but let's just announce it. We're going to be having this annually, annually in Nigeria, and of course annually in the United States. I've been receiving requests to bring this to the States. So yes, we also have that. As soon as I come back, we'll talk about that and start planning that. But yes, we'll have the Kingdom Builders Network. So please help me share that link so that you can also join the network, get to learn more about our programs. We couldn't do the Clarity Lab today that we intended to, but tell me what else have we just done in Clarity Lab? Because we all ask questions, we all gain clarity, and it's amazing so far. And I want to say thank you to our audience. Yeah, let me start mentioning names right now. I see Messi, I see Anita, Ola, I've said thank you to you. Thank you. I see Olubumi, I see oh god, there's just a lot. Okay, Oluwatomisana, thank you. Oh, Sophie, thank you very much. Temitayo, thank you very much. Temitayo from the United States. Thank you very much. Temitope, thank you very much. Oh, why is my microphone? Okay, Tolu, thank you very. Tosin, Oyewale, thank you. Yinka, thank you all for staying to the end. And I know that you've learned a lot. It's a big deal for me anyways. And I know that it is a big deal for you. That's why you stay to the end. So, Mr. Yinka, thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate this. It's good to see you. And I'm looking forward to see as many as possible to join us tomorrow. It's going to be at the shelters. So please, I'm going to put the full address. The shelters is 3 to 5 more and close behind Access Bank or Okota, Lagos. So it's before that Agora roundabout, or depending on where you're coming from. It's just not so far from that Agora roundabout. We'll be looking forward to hosting you all, and we'll continue this amazing conversation in live. Tomorrow is the conventions. And on this note, I want to say chop chop. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a blessed day. Here comes.
Thank you. I was gonna say, everyone, put in the chats where you joined us from. Just from US, from wherever, well, whatever part of the world. Thank you so much. Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you.
From
Thank
London,
you.
UK. Yes, Yinka, thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
joining us. Thank you. Thank you. From Lagos, from Nigeria. Where are you joining us from? Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
join our WhatsApp. Let me send you the link again, Okoye, so you can join us
Awesome.
on
So you can join the WhatsApp.
Yeah.
We'll add the full address to the WhatsApp just so that you don't miss that out.
Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, Frank says this is very awesome. We're greatly blessed. God bless the convener for organizing this. Thank you so much, Frank. Thank you,
Awesome.
everyone. Anita Ose from Lagos. Thanks a lot. Tolulokbe. Thank you. All right. Bye, everyone. See you next year in person, but see you tomorrow first. Bye. God bless.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.